Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Chat, it's a good day. You know why it's a good day? This is not a rhetorical question. I need you to gaslight me into thinking it's a good day today. Please and thank you. Because it's a ZIBAI pre-release. True, I guess that's true. Good day equal Undertale. I don't know about that one. Because you're feeling healthy. I'm actually feeling pretty bad. I've been feeling like incredibly lethargic lately. Seasonal depression sucks, yeah, but it's okay because um I can just try not being depressed. How about that? I mean, okay, it's really not that bad. Like I just don't have energy to do things. I don't really like feel upset, you know? Anyways, I've got my cup of Joe. Now you might be wondering, who's Joe and why is he in a cup? I don't know, man. Who's Joe? Anyone know? Anyone know who Joe is? Cause I don't know. Anyways, let us. Hmm. Also, why did we get a back-to-back song from this album? I mean, I'm okay with that. Did I accidentally cue the album? No, it was just RNG. That's crazy. There's streakers in the chat. Oh no. Cover your eyes, chat. Are you getting an F on the main account? I'm like 99% locked in that I'm getting an FA, yeah. So probably. Yeah. I need to get carried too. How about you get 99% locked in to play Undertale today? I'll tell you what. If you say only nice things to me all stream, I'll play Undertale. That's like everyone in chat. If everyone in chat is kind to me all stream, I'll play Undertale. How's that? Anyways, chat, have you guys ever seen my Verissa build? I got this Sans recently, and I was wondering what you guys think about it. Well, it's over. No Undertale today, I guess. I gave you guys a chance. It was an honest shot, okay? You're the one who threw it away. You're the one who fumbled. Undertale is the baddie, and you are the one who fumbled the baddie, okay? Like this is on you entirely. Not one mean comment, by the way. Did you not hear someone call me Pooh Jeff? That's so mean. Anyways, where am I spending my resin? I ask this question literally every day, and every day it stumps me, man. Because every day I know the answer should just be ley lines, and every day I don't want to do ley lines. Because, like, I have enough for Inefa and Columbina right now. And I have enough Mora to build both of them as well. So if I farm for ley lines or more, or for ley lines, it's not even for next batch, it's for the batch after that. I'm starting to lean towards no. Oh, shit. I mean, it's probably a lot worse than just going one of the good sets. Right? I mean, it kind of depends where you want to play her, but if you want to play her as a carry, you should use Sky. I don't think cons actually change how you want to build her, actually. Right? C6 does? Does it? It just gives 80 crit damage. I don't think it does. Like, other than the fact that obviously you don't want to build C6R5 Columbina on a support set, when it comes to the damage sets, I think you still want to use either the new set or Sky, depending on whether she's off field or on field. Because for a team to be meta, it needs to be able to clear even abysses that aren't tailored towards them. So it has to be higher than the DPS. Than the, like, bare minimum DPS. I think brute forcing is that. I mean, I don't think so. Because, like, for this Abyss, for example, right? Second side is, like, Verissa Shill. But it's fine if you don't have Verissa. You don't need to have Verissa. Anyways, where am I making my way today? God, I don't want to do ley lines, man. Oh. Okay, maybe I look at the talents that I have. Maybe there's a, like, maybe I could level this talent, I guess. No, I already have the books. Never mind. I could level Midnight Phantasmaglorpia. Thoughts? Thoughts? Midnight Phantasmaglorpia? I mean, I could level Venti's gear or Venti's stuff, right? But I'm not really gonna use them as a carry. So I don't really want to. I already have these two leveled. Could be the day I finally level Shilonen Burst. Maybe? Nah, not really. This is still funny. I did say I wanted to do this, actually, but I already have enough, right? And also, I don't know if I want to do it anymore, now that I actually ran the calcs. Wait, I just realized you're the Skirk guy. Well, we love a king who can admit their mistakes and apologize earnestly around here. Or the Shenhe guy, yeah. Undertale now? That's not happening. Nice try, buddy. Nice try, buddy. I could level my Knight skill, maybe. I already have the books for it, too, though. Fuck! Okay, you know what that means? That means I need the Mora so that I don't feel bad about leveling those things. So I guess I guess ley lines have been locked in. Do I have enough slime mats on this account? Or do I need more? That should be enough, yeah. So let's do our farming and not cry. I don't get why he doesn't play Undertale. He was enjoying it. I mean, I haven't stopped. I'll continue my playthrough, but it's like, it's the sort of stuff that, like, when I stream Undertale, it doesn't really work, right? Because, like, I haven't really structured my content in a way that makes people particularly want to watch me when I do variety. So it's like, I don't really make any money when I stream Undertale, right? And I feel like if it's gonna be that way, then I should only play Undertale when I know that I'm gonna be in a mood where I can actually enjoy it. So never. Okay, it's not never, alright? We have played Undertale already. Don't act like I'm Ziox, okay? I'm not. But it won't be every day. Really? So why am I doing Hyunsun before Durin? Any knowers in the chat that know why I'm playing like shit? There we go. Yaw. Alright. So that's our resin spent on this account. Plus 500k Mora. Your muscle memory yearns for Undertale. True. Ah. What weapon is better for Flynn's teams, Columbina or Inefa's weapon? I'm not actually sure. I think it's Inefa's weapon. We could actually check right now. Fuck it. Okay. So this is gonna be Halo versus Nocturnes. Okay. So Halo, we lose the 24% attack. 608. 24. Oh, we get 24% attack from that too, I forgot. And then 66.2 crit value. And 40 reaction damage. All right. Versus Nocturne's Echoing Call, or Nocturne's Curtain Call, sorry. It's not Crane's Echoing Call. He's an idiot. 10% HP. No, 24% HP. And then what is it? It's 148.2 crit. Yeah, they're basically the same. Depends on what you're starting with, I suppose. Right? Crit is only on lunar reactions. I guess that's true. Not that it really matters, though. Yeah. I guess the difference is a little bit bigger, but eh. Eh. Close enough, honestly. ER also makes your Colomina build better. This is from Amber. So, no. If I really wanted to adjust for EM or for ER, I'd actually technically have to probably add one roll of ER. Because it's 2 less. No, it's 4 less energy. Who's the fraudest of the 3 Nogcry carries? I don't know. It's ZIBAI? I disagree. I think ZIBAI is the least fraud of the 3. Maybe that's not true. I don't know. No, you know what? The fraudest is Flynn's for sure. Probably just TOM TDDS, right? You don't care about using burst? True. That's me. I'm the fraudest not cry carry, actually. You're right. It was the Jeff all along. Huge. Wait, who asked me to meet up? Oh, Phrase asked me to meet up. That's crazy. Okay. On this account, I needed to do ley lines too, right? Aww. We'll never be fucking free from ley lines, man. We will never be free. True. Who is we? I'm we! It was me! Uh... Yeah. Can I make these? I can. I should level her now, then. Sucrose, my goat? The languid would. No, it wouldn't. Sorry, that was not funny. Oh my god. Is 156 ER with 80, 190 CV and 45% HP or 45k HP good enough for Columbina? What weapon is that? And what team? Yeah, because on some teams, that's not enough ER for Proto Amber. And that's even more not enough ER for the other weapons she can bring other than Fav. In other words, fucking put the Fav in the bag, man! Like, are you new around here or what? We got Electro Slimes, that's why Mawika's on the team. Oops. What the fuck? Okay, what's going on here? Oh well. Can I go triple HP on Columbina to use Battle Pass weapon? What do you mean, to use Battle Pass weapon? In what way does Battle Pass weapon require, like, need you to go triple HP to enable it? Huh? To not overcap on crit? That... You know you can go crit damage on the circlet, right? Is that the 3... It is the 3, the 3 Abyss Mages. Huge. Okay. Will crit or HP circlet be better if you run her in solo Hydro with Sig? I'm pretty sure crit is always better than HP. I mean, technically, how much HP do you get to with Sig if you go ER Sans HP Goblet? If you're not at 35k, then maybe you want to get HP, but it's not that important, honestly. And if you have Sig, then yeah. What am I doing? Can you calc Fischl instead of Flynn's for comparison? What, in the, like, for Columbina? I don't think Flynn's can handle that, man. I think he's gonna be too upset. Still have a 1 day left for this. Is this the day where we do this? No, we'll do it tomorrow. It takes time. Well, I guess that's what tomorrow's stream is gonna be then. I'm using TOM on Inefa. How many rolls on the new set would be enough to switch? Depends on how good your TOM is. Like, if it's like 5 rolls behind, it's probably still better. Like, it depends, I guess. How are you wearing a t-shirt in fucking January? So, there's this thing called walls. And they're actually really effective at isolating the exterior temperature from the interior temperature. Don't know if you've ever heard of those. Flexing on the homeless? Do you think the homeless don't know walls exist? Like, do you think that's why they're homeless? Because they just don't know about walls? Like, no, man. You should turn the heating down 5 degrees and wear 5 layers to save $5 a month. True. I always have my interior temperature at 18 if I can. 18 is the goated temperature. How cold is it outside currently? Minus 13 Celsius. Dude, I was actually worried for a second that 18 degrees Celsius would have been 67 degrees Fahrenheit, but it's not. Thank God. It's 64.4. Holy. Okay, chat. Let's learn about the January 2nd incident. What do we got here?
Should I do a little bit of, you know, what if we craft the first Shao piece of 2026? Now, obviously, I usually craft a goblet or a sands, but I already have a good goblet and a good sands. So what if I craft my worst piece, which is a feather? It only costs 1. I have 2 per patch, and the patch is about to end, so I might as well do 1 now. And then, you know, next patch we could maybe craft like a circlet or something. There's no doubt, there's no drawback. Although I think a flower might be better because my offset circlet question mark. Okay, circlet is better, but, and this is a large but. The problem with circlet is both crit damage and crit rate can be good. So there's double the odds when I'm farming. That's number 1. Number 2, I already have 1, 2, 3 crafted circlets and all 3 sucked. But feather and flower are also easy to farm, but they only cost 1. Are any of these like 4-liners? Wait, I could low-key reroll this, but do I really want a crit rate circlet? This is rerollable, but it also doesn't have ER. You can craft both. You know what, man? In life, you gotta live, not just think. Thinking is good, but living is also good. Let's do 1 feather. Let's just test the year out. Let's just dunk our toes in the water. Just a little test. And here's the 2026, bro. Here's the 2026. I have a glass from last night. Here's the 2026, bro. Hey. At least the crit rolls are high. I mean, it could be usable. Yo,
That's
Energy, thanks for the 2 months.
that's just
Happy 420k followers though. All right, thanks, man. Should I get a new dyed tassel?
That's what happens with you
times
forget to
2
create
isn't
a
working.
Probaceous 5/6.
mad.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is a new. Thanks, man. Look, I love Pervasive. No disrespect, but I don't think I did the quest that builds the temple because it's a world quest. How long is it? I'll do it right now. It's like 20 minutes. Fake fan. I'm not a fake fan. It's really short. I don't do short things. I'm a tall man. What about attack goblet? No. It just looks ugly, and I can't like flex it. You know. I mean, I guess you can flex an attack goblet, so that's not a true statement.
Remember
But
fortune slip from IT? Bricked year.
IT? Yeah, the Imaginary Theater did break my ear. Like, okay, this is 4 good rolls. This, I turned this thing on because I was doing a counter review. This is 4 good rolls plus attack. This is 4 good rolls plus attack. This is 3 good rolls. This one, like Circus might worse. I mean, Feather is also 4 plus attack and ER. So, like, this is already better than the one I just crafted. But, it's still not good enough. Talk about shit that I should have. Whatever, let's just roll. Soon may the
Why would he
weatherman
level this piece? He knows it's never gonna be okay.
come to bring us sugar and tea and rum.
Why is he leveling it? From plus like, for content? Is there content in watching a man fall deeper and deeper down depression? I guess there is, actually. This is entertaining. You've convinced me.
No, this is ass. This is ass, bro. This is ass. This is ass. I don't want to throw it either because it has the little emoji. So I want to keep it. It's bad, but you need the defense. No, the fuck I don't, man. Okay, what if I craft
That's so true, actually.
a little circlet? Or I could reroll one, but are any
that
of my crit
chatters
damage
onto
ones 5?
something,
No, none of
actually.
them are 5 rolls, right? I don't think I have a single crit damage 5 roller. Jesus, that's ugly. They're all 4 rolls. I could reroll this one that I showed earlier. What's a crit? What? It's a crit rate one. Can I run a crit rate circlet? Oh my god.
Anon donated
Thank you for the
$1.
dollar.
Have you seen this AI virtual idol model from Hoyo?
No. Wait. But then the problem is my crit rate on my other stuff is too big. It's too big. Unless I reroll this. But every time I reroll a 4-liner, everyone gets mad. Like, why would you reroll a 4-liner? It's already 4. I mean, a 4-roller. It's already 4. Dude, look at my 2 Anemo goblets. Both of them are just crit rate. None of them are crit damage. I have 3. Well, this one's crit damage, but it's ass. This has 777.
For the
Bro,
watchers
is this a
hearing
5-liner?
Yeah, I made sure
No.
they did.
New meme, no. Ooh, my steak is too juicy. Bro, crit rate is fake. Just get crit damage. Just get lucky, bro. Stay hard. Wait, I could yoink this from Gaming and then go for a big CD flower. But then I steal from Yoimiya. Yoi. Yo. Mia. Bro, what do I do? Do I reroll this or do I craft a new one? Craft circlet. Yo, Zox, how many achievements do you have? Over one.
Let's skip the
What's the
stall,
name? Beak
actually.
judging.
Let's,
How about you-
let's get to the incident part.
I got it. That's not the
Okay.
temple.
There we go.
You're RDing me, bro. You're actually RDing me. You're literally RDing me. I did the incense. 4 substats is really what I want. And if I can also ask something else, I would appreciate attack percent and a high crit damage roll. And maybe some energy recharge. Calm down. Every piece I've crafted has been 3 lines. This is like the 4th circlet. It could still be good. No. Don't ever.
You know, chat, I kind of want to craft a circlet just for the content here, but, like, I don't need to craft a circlet. If anything, I should just reroll the circlet I have. I shouldn't craft one. But I kind of want to craft one. Just because of what's happening to him. Because it'd be really funny if I got something really good.
Never say it's over till it's over. It's not over. But every fucking circlet I've crafted, 3
Yeah,
crafted
we can skip the cope. We know it's gonna be bad. Yep.
New Year, like
Turned out it
Bolado. Not like for me. Awkward. Bulls went to ever get like. What are you? Bro, my damage bonus get ends the shot. Okay, I get crit. Never. What the? The art.
Yeah. Okay. There
It's
was
a
no.
swap
There. That was
shtick,
it. Okay.
bit gag.
GG. I should keep my craft stuff for the new set. Maybe not for the new set. I don't know. What new set? The Morningstar one. Is the witch deck good for Fischl? Meh. She doesn't really need it because she already has a good set. Okay. For now. I go back here. Chat, should we record an account showcase? On the main account? Because I feel like it has been a really long time, right? The last one was right after Mawika release. I think I'm down to do that, actually. So everyone say hi to YouTube. Anything but the event? Yes, sir. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To an updated 2026 account showcase. Now, I recorded an account showcase in January of last year, and well, things have changed quite a bit since then on my account. So I figured, you know what? Let's do another one. Maybe I should make this a yearly thing. You know, every January I record an account showcase talking about what's changed on my account since last year, and what I have, right? Anyways, I say anyways as an interjection too often. I need to stop saying anyways. Anyways. The last account showcase was recorded, I believe, towards the beginning of Mawika's banner. Alright, I had just recently gotten Mawika. At the time, I think I had all the characters that I have now, like, that were released before. Maybe one of the 4 stars I still haven't leveled. I didn't have yet, but I mean, if you look at the thumbnail from that video, right? There's Arlecchino, Neuvillette, Farina. I honestly barely use those characters anymore. So it's fair to say a lot has changed in terms of how my account is nowadays. But first of all, let's just go for a little refresher for those that watched the video last year, and quick exposition, I suppose, for those that didn't. At the time, the teams that I played a lot were mainly, right, it was just after Mawika was released, so I didn't play Mawika a lot yet. Alright, so it was mainly Arlecchino, Neuvillette, played some of the 4-star teams very often, and I played Hyperbloom a lot still. But I didn't really have that many dedicated carries that were, like, strong enough that I actively wanted to play them very often, right? When you look at the Natlan carries that were released before Mawika, right? Molani, Kanich, Chaska. None of these 3 carries ended up being characters that I played that much. Though I did play them sometimes. Since that account review, obviously, Verissa came out. And for those of you that haven't watched a single video of mine since the account review last year, I'm basically a Verissa main now. So obviously the teams I play a lot have changed. Quite a bit, actually. But yeah, Verissa came out, Skirk came out, Llama came out, and then obviously I got more experience with Mawika. In terms of who I went for, who I skipped, right? Obviously I went for Verissa, as you can see. I skipped Yume Glorp Glorp. I went for Escoffier because I saw the Skirk leaks and I was interested in getting Skirk, right? And then I also went for Skirk. I ended up deciding to skip Inefa. At the time, the team options that you had for Inefa weren't that strong. We had Flynn's leaks before Inefa's banner was gone, so I saw what Flynn's kit was, and I wasn't really interested in Flynn's kit. So I decided not to go for Inefa, because I wasn't planning on going for Flynn's either. There is an Inefa rerun right around the corner, coming up next patch, and I'm planning to get her on the rerun, because the way that the meta has developed, there's more teams that use Inefa that don't use Flynn's than I expected there would be. Especially with the other stuff that came out after, the stuff that's going to be coming out next patch with Columbina. For Llama, initially I was planning on getting Nefer, which is one of the reasons why I went for Llama. But I also saw that the just normal Llama Hyperbloom teams were pretty strong, so I was okay with getting Llama even if I didn't get Nefer. And then, obviously, I didn't get Nefer, so I ended up skipping Flynn's and Nefer. Flynn's, mainly because I thought that his playstyle was kind of boring, I guess. It felt like his playstyle was just an amalgamation of a bunch of characters that were already out. And he wasn't really doing anything new. So I wasn't particularly interested in getting him if it wasn't going to be a particularly new experience. I ended up getting him on the other account. I'm planning on recording an update on the new account once Columbina comes out, because I'm planning to go for her there. Anyways, I just didn't think that the gameplay Flynn's has was interesting enough to compel me to pull for him. So I decided to skip him. And then when it comes to Nefer, I skipped her because she was... Initially, I wanted to go for her, but in the story, I thought she was very disappointing. I thought her characterization was very, very boring. And then for gameplay, I thought that basically the VFX and the sound effect of her animations, of her abilities, were just really underwhelming. And it made her not feel all that fun to play. That paired with the fact that I ended up getting, like, the worst possible artifacts you'd ever seen when I tried farming, like, pre-farming the set for her, ended up making me decide, you know what, I'm just not gonna go for her. And I don't think I regret it at this point. There is a chance that I would have been able to clear this Dire if I went for Nefer, because there's a bunch of C0, R0 Nefer clears out there. But I've never cared that much about clearing Dire on this account, right? Like, I know that in the long term it's going to be difficult for an account that doesn't go for any cons or sigs to be... to get Dire clears. And I have another account that I made for the sake of Dire clears, so I don't care that much about getting them here. Anyways, I did decide to pull on the Flynn's banner just enough to get Ino's C1. Why is it? Wait, do I not have it? Am I an idiot? I thought I had it. Wait, am I Cornge? No, I do. Okay. I don't know why it didn't show up in that screen. I guess that screen doesn't show constellations. My bad. But yeah, just to get Ino's C1, because this, like, she only has 2 real constellations, the C1 and the C6. And I figured, at the time, I was still planning on going for Nefer. So, I wanted to get her C1 for that. But looking back on it, I don't think it really mattered that much. I went for Durin as well. Got a couple Yehuda cons along the way, but not too many. And, well, obviously, I went for Veressa. For Veressa, I went for her on her first banner, and I wanted to get constellations on Eonson and on Chevreuse. So I decided to go on the banner until I got C6, Eonson, and Chevreuse, which meant I ended up getting Veressa's C1. I use her on Lost Prayers, which I somehow have at R3 because I keep losing my... Not losing my 50-50s. I keep getting Lost Prayers instead of anything else on the standard banner. So people joke about the C1 R3 Veressa. And it's really funny because Lost Prayers is, like, barely better than Widsith. And the Veressa's C1 is, like, one of the worst C1s in recent history. So it makes the C1R3 Pippin W thing pretty funny. But yeah, I have her at level 95. Still don't have her at level 100. I can't get her to level 100 right now because I only have 1 leftover Master Listilla Fortuna. I could always select Kutsing from the 5-star selector here to get a second one because I have Kutsing C6. But I'm not in a hurry to do that. I'll probably get her to level 100 eventually, but there's no rush. The reason why I like Veressa so much isn't really because of her character. It's not because of her kit design either. It's just that I think she's fun to play. More movement just tends to be more fun to me, and I've just been enjoying her gameplay a lot pretty much since she came out. I'm still not tired of it. And my build is pretty good, actually. You know, a long time ago, Zajef pieces started becoming a thing, right? A long time ago. And Zajef pieces are pieces that are good despite not having very high crit value. Because especially at the time, people undervalued good pieces with relatively low crit value that had high attack percent rolls or ER rolls or whatever. All that before the like Akasha leaderboards days. But anyways, I put a lot of effort at the time into like driving home the point that you can have good pieces even if they don't have a lot of crit value, and I put that into use because I haven't spent any money on Genshin since like I'm not sure what year I started. It was like 2021, I think. Genshin was my first gacha game, so I was a little wee lad who didn't know any better at the initially. But like once I got my bearings, I realized, you know what? I should not be spending money on this shit game. Fuck that. And I haven't spent money on Genshin since. But that means I don't buy the battle pass. And if you look at the list of characters I have, and you look at their levels, you'll notice a lot of level 90s. Here's the thing. The battle pass gives you a lot of Mora, and a lot of heroes wits, and a lot of talent materials, and a lot of fucking everything you need to level characters. So, for someone who gets a good amount of characters and who tries to get almost all of them to level 90 like I do, resources are very scarce. There's a lot of people that don't have the leyline achievement, right? Bounty of the Earth. I've done so many ley lines that I could have had this achievement 3 times. I've done 2,400 ley lines at this point. I've also spent a lot of resin on talent domains. And all of that is because I build a lot of characters without a battle pass. But the logical conclusion of this behavior, the logical outcome, is, well, I'm going to be fucking poor on resin, and my artifacts are going to suck, actually, compared to other free-to-play players that level up less characters. My artifact quality is going to be a lot worse. And because I didn't really have a character that I mained before Varessa, I never really cared about artifacts enough. I never cared about any one character enough to, like, want to actually build them any more than what was necessary to clear content. But because I really enjoyed Varessa's playstyle, I decided to actually start caring about my builds. And because of that, I have an actual good Varessa build. Because I said, you know what? I'm gonna stop trying to level everyone. You know, like a lot of the characters that were released, right? Aoife, Yehuda, but even if you just look at like, right, Lanyon, Aino, Escoffier, if they don't need to be leveled, I don't really level them anymore. And these leftover resources that I have from not leveling as many characters, I use on artifacts. And because of that, I have a pretty good Versa build. It was, for a while, #1 NA on Akasha. On the Lost Prayers leaderboards. It's not there anymore because I haven't farmed Long Night South pretty much since Nalcry came out, because I've just been gearing a lot of shit basically. But but it's still like in. I think it's. I'm pretty sure it's still in the single digit of NA and low double digits world. My build is kind of carried by my sands, right? I have a sands that is a almost perfect, right? Literally the only thing that's not perfect about this is the roll value. It's an attack percent sands that started as a 4-liner with double crit ER flat attack. And it rolled all into crit, right? The only way this could be better is if the individual rolls were higher. Because this is relatively low roll value, right? An average roll is 3.5, which means that an average 4 rolls of crit is 14, and this is 12. Which is a decent amount lower. But even then, right? Something that has 7 crit rolls with ER and flat attack is really fucking good. I'm also somewhat carried by my goblet, which is almost 50 CV. I also have an on-piece goblet that's 1 less roll of crit. And a bit lower roll value that I can use if I want to go off-piece on something else. My circlet looks a little weird, but as you can see when I look at my attributes, I have exactly 100 crit rate. So the fact that this circlet is all into attack percent instead of crit rate is actually good. This is something I want to keep. Flower and Feather aren't quite as good. I have a pretty great flower here. It's a 7 roller, which is a lot of high rolls. But I don't really use it because I tend to be a lot more comfortable with at the 115 to 120 ER range. And this gets me to exactly 100 crit rate, which is nice because I don't like missing crits. And then I obviously also have this one. Honestly, right now, my worst pieces are Flower and Feather. Which is why I could actually, like, improve my build if I kept farming Long Night South, because they generally tend to be the easiest pieces to improve through farming the domain directly instead of crafting and rerolling. I don't know if I'll go back to farming Long Night South anytime soon, because I do intend on getting a Nefa. I intend on farming the new Morningstar artifact set for her. So it might take a while until I get back to farming Verissa, and honestly, my Verissa build is already good enough, so I don't need to go back to it ever. Once they add it to Strongbox, I'll probably have a bit of fun trying to reroll into some upgrades, but for now, it's nothing that's too urgent. So I'm kind of leaving it like this. Anyways, I keep saying anyways. We can talk a little bit about the Siege and Onslaughts. We look at battle record reviews. So, the first Stygian was obviously Tulpa, the dragon statue, or the lava dragon, and the secret source automaton for Cryo. This, I wasn't able to do Dire. I could pretty easily do Dire on the lava dragon statue. I could not do either this one or this one. Then this. I could do Dire on Cactus or on Papilla, but only with Verissa. And I couldn't do Dire anywhere else. And for this one, again, I could do Dire with Verissa on... I mean, I actually posted a video about this one, right? I did Dire on all 3 of them with Verissa, although this one wasn't really Verissa. Last Stygian Onslaught, I could do Dire with either Arlecchino or Versa here. But I couldn't do either of the other two. This is obviously pretty logical conclusion of skipping the Nogcry carries, because it's obviously Nogcry Shill. Current Stygian, I have a similar problem where I can do the Gravity Boss and the Bat, but I don't actually have the damage to do Baptist. There are some C0 or 0 clears out there with Skirk against Baptist, but not only do they have better gear than me, they're also better players than me. I don't even know if they'd be able to succeed with the gear I have. And I know that I won't be able to succeed with the gear I have. So I haven't been bashing my head against the wall trying to clear Baptist because of that. I'm okay with not clearing the Dire, honestly. It is what it is. But outside of that, we can talk about how my team building ends up happening generally without looking at what the bosses are, right? So if you just look at the characters on my account that are good and that are generally going to be strong enough to clear to clear Sigyn at the very least fearless, right? We obviously have Veressa. We have Skirk, Maoika, Llama. We have Arlecchino. I'd say that that's it for the ones that can do it with no problem. Maybe we do this here. Have these four at the top. Then the ones that can do it with a little bit more difficulty, but that can still do it. I think Llama, I guess, gets there right now. That'll probably change once I get Columbina, but... Llama. Molani. Nevillet, Durin, I suppose. And then the teams that, like, technically can be able to, but generally are just downgrades to my other alternatives, are like Chlorinde, Kanich, Lenny. Right, obviously, in this specifically, or this Sigyn specifically, there's some like cheese you can do with like Jean, Amber, or whatever, and also the DBS check, assuming you bring the right archetypes, allows you to bring worse characters like Yoimiya and still clear. But I'm just talking as like general just DPS amount. Chaska, I guess. And as you may have noticed, the characters in the first category, right? 3 out of the 4 are new compared to last year. In this category, 2 of them are new, and 1 of them isn't technically new, but can be treated as new because Molani post witch buffs and Molani pre-witch buffs are very different units, in my opinion. But, yeah. I think one thing that's, like, not mentioned that often I guess. Because it's kind of weird to generalize this for everyone. But there are some characters that scale better or that benefit more from standard 5-star weapons than others. Standard 5-star weapons are something that you might just get accidentally. But it's hard to assume that someone will have them, right? But that means that the like general landscape of what your character comparison will look like will inherently be unfair. Because if there's a character that benefits more from a standard 5-star weapon, well, if you're assuming that standard 5 stars are available, they will overperform compared to actual in-game experience for people who don't have them. And vice versa. And Arlecchino is a great example of that. Arlecchino has is a character that works very well with Jadewing Spear. And you compare that to Maoika, who's a character who doesn't fucking like Wolves Gravestone at all. Or Wolves Gravestone is straight up worse than the best 4-star weapons. And it creates a situation where when you're comparing them with equal assumptions of 4-star weapons, Maoika looks way further ahead than she actually is if you have Jadewing Spear. That doesn't mean Arlecchino is as good as Maoika, but Arlecchino has a lot of quality of life upsides, and Maoika has a lot of quality of life downsides. All of this to say, sometimes you have a character that's a little bit worse than others, but that, based on the specific circumstances of your account, actually does compete on a similar level. And that's what it is on my account with Arlecchino. My Arlecchino build is very good. It's actually better, pretty noticeably better than my Codex is, because I have some really good Whimsy pieces. Right? We have 6 crit rolls with EM, 7 roller. We have 6 crit rolls with attack, 7 roller. We have 5 crit rolls with EM, 6 roll sands. The 9 roll goblet off piece. And this 4 crit rolls with 2 rolls of attack, 6 roll circlet. And that's just better than the gear I have on Maoika, because right now, and this is actually a fairly recent development, I got this piece from Strongboxing Codex, which is a very, very good piece, but it has a lot of crit, right? And because the weapon I use on Maoika is Serpent Spine, right, which is a relic of 2021, back when I spent money, and because Serpent Spine is noticeably better than the other weapons I have, I end up being forced to use this piece. Which isn't all that great. I'm using this, which is also not that great, because I don't have a proper EM Sands that isn't dog shit. This one's pretty good, though. But, like, even with a Sands and a Feather that both have 0 crit rate, I'm still a little overcapped. And, right, this is, again, another consequence of this very specific circumstances of my account. I have Serpent Spine, and my good artifacts are crit rate heavy. Which kind of brings down my artifact quality, right? Because otherwise I could use something like this, which technically, honestly, is very similar. Even right now, because it's 3 rolls of crit, 3 rolls of EM versus 3 rolls of crit, 3 rolls of attack. But those 2 rolls of crit rate are completely wasted. They're completely worthless. They don't do anything. Alright? Same for this one. And these good pieces are pieces I can't use because of the very specific circumstances of my account. Although, in this case specifically, this is actually the case for a lot of people. Anyways. That paired with the fact that I have Jadewing Spear, it creates a scenario where on my account, my Arlecchino isn't that much worse than my Maoika. And very often, content that I can just barely clear with Maoika, I can actually also clear with Arlecchino. There's something that's like somewhat similar with Skirk, right? Where obviously I'm using Eshu, I'm using ZIBAI on her team. But because Eshu is so much better than Finale, right? When my ZIBAI isn't available, my Skirk kind of hits like a noodle sometimes. It's not that bad, because Skirk is still a good character with Finale of the Deep, but it is a bit worse. Anyways, this is just something that I think is pretty interesting, and that I think people tend to overlook sometimes when talking about character comparisons and meta as a whole. Right? We need standards, because without standards, it's basically just impossible to have any sort of conversation that isn't just people getting upset because their conclusion based off of different assumptions are different. But, like, obviously, with different assumptions will come different conclusions. So like, standards are something that's necessary to facilitate discussion. But it's also important to realize that sometimes your experience won't necessarily be reflected by that standard. Another thing that's changed a bit since last year is Abyss specifically has gotten a massive spike in difficulty. If you look at what Abyss was like last year, let me open up HomeDGCat. Spiral Abyss. Right? And we look at what happened in January of last year. All right, in January of last year, this is what Abyss looked like. Relatively trivial wave into boss, relatively trivial wave into boss. Right, this was Maoika release, so we had our first our first Natlan check. But for the Natlan check, it wasn't a real Natlan check, right? The Void Shields, the way that they worked is you had to hit them a certain amount of times, and Night Soul aligned damage, so damage from Natlan characters most of the time, was 3 times as effective. But there were a lot of characters that hit very often, way more often than the Natlan characters, that were able to still clear these shields in a very reasonable amount of time, sometimes even faster than some of the Natlan characters, without being from Natlan at all. Right, namely, obviously, Fischl. Fischl was insane for this. And when you just look at the amount of HP, right, we were hovering around when there were specific mechanics, around 5 mil, and when there weren't specific mechanics, up to like around 7. I'm watching you, chat. Don't say it. For comparison, let's take a look at the most recent Abyss rotation. Right? The one that's out right now. We have a DPS check in AoE where the total amount of HP, assuming that your AoE is always hitting, is more than the bosses were. Right? The dogs spawn 5 at a time. So if you're hitting in perfect AoE, that's 1.3-ish million HP. The Titsen mages spawn 3 at a time. So if you're hitting, again, in perfect AoE, that's around 2.6-ish million HP. So that's around 4 million from those two, and then another 1.2. So we're at over 5 million HP. assuming that you're always hitting in perfect AoE, which is more than what the single target boss had by a pretty noticeable margin. And that's getting followed by another almost 4 million HP that has a mechanic. Like a mechanic check. And this one, while it is technically brute forceable, right, this mechanic here is, it gets a white shield, and in order to break the shield, you have to do plunge attacks. Each plunge attack takes away 25% of the shield. 25% of the shield means you gotta do 4. But you can also just damage the shield. The shield is for its whole HP bar. So if you don't have any plunge attacks, you can basically just treat this enemy as an enemy that has 3.7, 3.65, 64, whatever, million HP. And 2 of them, which is over 7 million. Again, way, way, way higher. And let me remind you, right? When it was the Void Shields, we had alternatives like Fischl that were arguably faster at breaking the shield, but in the worst case scenario, not that far behind. Now, we don't. The alternatives are way, way, way slower. And that's getting paired with way higher DPS checks. All of this to say, Abyss used to be something that, as long as you understood team building to a certain extent and had hands, you could pretty easily clear. Like back in the very, very old days, characters like Diluc were able to clear Abyss with no problem, right? That in like 1.x. And then once we got our first real Abyss spike in difficulty in like Inazuma-ish, it was still incredibly easy as long as you were just using teams that made sense and had characters that were somewhat built. It's a bit hard to see the HP trend now because as more and more patches are released, it stretches out the graph, which makes the jumps a little bit less noticeable. But in Inazuma, right, the HP total needed on each chamber were hovering around 2 million. Right? In Fontaine, sometimes they hit the 3 million mark, but never really much higher. Or sorry, in Sumeru. Sometimes they hit the 3 million mark, but never really much higher. Then in Fontaine, it started being reliably around 3, sometimes up to 4. Maybe even 5 in a very, like, very rarely. And at the time, that wasn't that bad, because even at like 5, good single target teams were still fine. And at the time, good teams weren't that far ahead of just like the default 4-star only stuff that you can do without having to like specifically go out of your way to pull characters. But with Maoika's release came the first like big instance of like actual HP jump. Right? Where we had our first, I'm not saying that number, almost 7 million HP. And since then, it's just kept getting worse. Alright, Maoika is when I did the last account review. Nowadays, even Abyss is something that is not necessarily going to be clearable with just a basic understanding of team building and hands that move. When Sijin was released, right, I personally, I was pretty happy that we finally had an actual endgame mode that had, or that presented a challenge. Nowadays, I think that Abyss can actually present a challenge too. And I don't know how I feel about all of that. Obviously, this is a bit of a sidetrack for an account review, or an account showcase, but I thought it was important to mention because last year, I still played a lot of 4-star only teams. Nowadays, I don't do it nearly as much. I don't always clear the Abyss with 4-star only teams anymore. I think non-continuous runs with 4-star only clears are still very doable, but I'm not as interested in doing that. And continuous runs are getting to the point where they're a bit out of my reach, like account-wise / skill-wise. But that means that a lot of the 4-star characters that I used a lot more back when I was playing 4-star only teams a lot, I don't use that much anymore. Characters like Gumming. Does that mean that 4-star characters as a whole are being used less? No, because we still have some really fucking broken 4-star supports. But the 4-star carries have been pretty much like phased out almost entirely now. And the teams without a dedicated carry, stuff like Hyperbloom that uses only 4 stars, is almost entirely phased out of the stuff I play as well. Obviously, sometimes it'll still work, right? Like, for example, that one Crab Siegen Onslaught was clearable with 4-star only Hyperbloom. This enemy is clearable with 4-star only Gumming. So there's always gonna be things that these teams can still do, but it's a lot more difficult. Xiangling specifically is a character that took a massive hit from the power creep wave, and that I honestly don't really use anymore. And it makes me a bit sad. But such is the result of what's happened last year, or this year, or last year. This last year. Just say both. Okay. Anyways, last year, I played a lot of Neuvillette. Honestly, nowadays, I don't play Neuvillette all that much anymore. Neuvillette is a character who is really easy to execute. Where even someone who doesn't really understand rotations too well will generally be able to, at least on Neuvillette himself, get most of his damage out. Right? If you're giving your account to someone who's never played Genshin before, you take 5 minutes to explain to them what the buttons do, and they can play a Neuvillette team. And when the content is at HP thresholds that are noticeably below what a Neuvillette team can output, Neuvillette is basically the best carry in the game. I think that's still the case to this day. But as that threshold increases, as characters, or as the DPS requirements get higher and higher, you start getting to the point where getting like 70% of the Neuvillette's team DPS as someone who has like, who's never played Genshin before or whatever, versus 30% of another team's DPS, neither of those are enough anymore. You actually need to get to that 95 to 100% of that team's DPS to actually clear. And as that threshold gets higher, actually getting to that 95 to 100 takes as much skill as getting like 85 to 90 of another team. Right? Someone who doesn't fully understand how the combat in Genshin works yet, who's a newer player, Like, they'll be able to get 70% of the Neuvillette team and 30% of the Maoika team, right? And if 70% of the Neuvillette team is enough to clear, then Neuvillette will be better than Maoika for them. But if it's not, then both suck. It doesn't matter. And then they need to start learning how to play a little more. And when they do, well, Maoika gains damage with understanding much faster, right? Because she's starting from way lower. And eventually, Maoika overtakes Neuvillette. And if that point of overtaking is below the actual DPS threshold that you need, then the whole thing that Neuvillette provides to an account, value-wise, basically gets invalidated. If, even with a Neuvillette team, you don't have the DPS to clear until you get good enough that you would be able to clear with a Maoika team too, then the whole thing, the whole value of Neuvillette being a character that's really easy to play becomes meaningless. And because of that, as the DPS threshold in Stygian, obviously, but also in Abyss increased, or it has increased, Neuvillette is starting to become kind of a bad unit. Right? Because again, right? I think that when the content is low enough DPS check that Neuvillette can easily do it, I think more people will be able to play with Neuvillette than with Maoika. But that's just not the case anymore, which means that characters like Neuvillette are just starting to fall behind a lot. And I think that's reflected a lot in how much, or I suppose I should say how little, I have played Neuvillette in Stygian. Honestly, I try to play Neuvillette pretty much every Stygian, but when I can clear content with Neuvillette in Stygian, it's just barely. Plunge Neuvillette W? True, actually. The cactus was easy. The cactus wasn't easy if you didn't have Inefa for Neuvillette. It was doable, but it wasn't easy. And like Barbara could clear the cactus with Inefa. But anyways, that's besides the point. All of this to say, right? Characters that I played a lot last year, like Neuvillette, a lot of them I don't play very much anymore. I barely play Neuvillette nowadays. And some characters that were harder to play, but where execution rewards you, have seen the opposite effect. Wait, what? What was that? Oh. Okay, whatever. We'll take a look at that later. They're just spammy? Okay. I got distracted. What was I saying? Right. Some characters that are a bit harder to play, but when played well, actually can get to those DPS thresholds, have gained value, right? And a good example of that is Molani. Obviously, she also got a pretty big, like, indirect buff with the witches, but even without it, I think Molani's value is a lot higher now that the DPS thresholds are actually high enough that Neuvillette struggles. And I actually think that even without the witch buffs, I'd probably start playing Molani more than Neuvillette. And with the witch buffs, I'm definitely gonna be playing her more than Neuvillette. Anyways, that's how my like team decision. Actually, no. One more thing I wanna talk about, right? Is the support character allocation. Oh fuck. The support character allocation for all of these good teams that I play, right? Who was the last character here? It was Arlecchino. Here we had Llama. Molani. Here. Who was the last one here? I forgot. Lenny. Yeah, support character allocation. And like Durin is like a half fraud here because like I don't really use him as a carry that much because I use him as a support. But if I did play him as a carry, he would be here. Anyways, because of what I talked about earlier of the very specific circumstances of my account making Arlecchino overperform, I actually don't play Maoika carry that much. And so very often I play Maoika with Verissa. Although now with Durin's release, honestly, my Maoika is just getting benched. I don't play Maoika all that much anymore. Depending on what the enemy allows you to do and what the enemy punishes, I'll play either Maoika or Arlecchino against like as my team that uses like Bennett Lali. One of the big reasons for that is because since my Verissa is so good, I don't really play Arlecchino Overload very much, other than like in Abyss when I'm playing a bunch of different teams and I want to play something other than Verissa. And other than Overload, well, the only other Arlecchino team that is like actually very good in my opinion is the Melt one right now. And obviously the Melt one doesn't allow you to play Maoika as well, right? And so generally what my team building looks like is I have a Verissa team with Eon-san, Chevreuse, and then either Maoika or Durin. I have a Skirk team. True. I have a Skirk team with Skirk, Escoffier, Farina, and then a flex slot. Sometimes Seat Lali, depending on what the last team is. Sometimes not. And I have an Arlecchino team that's like the Melt Arlecchino with Bennett. And sometimes I instead use Maoika. Sometimes I'll instead use a Hyperbloom team with Llama. Sometimes I'll instead use a Molani team with either Maoika or Durin. But this is generally, like, outside of content that strictly forces me into a team, right? These are, like, the three main teams that I try to build to tackle 3-team content like this. Next, we can talk about the weapon situation. Last year, I think, was when I found the Fav, right? That's when I did the video. I think I had just recently realized that that I had a Fav I didn't even know. I didn't even know I had. Since then, I have leveled that Fav, and I have gotten one more Fav. But honestly, my weapon situation hasn't really changed much since last year, right? Elegy is the only weapon banner weapon that I have. I got Elegy when it came out. I was trying to get Ali Flash. I got an early Elegy, and then I changed my mind on getting Ali Flash. So this is like a vestige of pre, like, theory crafting Zajef, I guess. It wasn't really pre-theory crafting, but it was pre, like, smart theory crafting. It was stupid theory crafting at the time. I was dumb. Anyways, rest of the 5-star weapons I have are just the standard ones. Still don't have a Wolf's Gravestone. I have 2 Scoured Prides sitting at level 1. I have a second Aquila that I should probably level at some point. I think the Skyward Spine is new from this year. I don't really use it very often, but it's nice to have it available because everyone needs Fav for polearms, so just having another ER weapon is fine, I guess. For the 4-star weapons, I've leveled the second prototype Amber recently. Other than that, obviously, leveled for Flameforged Insight. I don't think I had a leveled Blacklift Slasher back then. I ended up getting Blacklift Slasher because I found myself using Mawika and or Gaming and or Kanich simultaneously somewhat often. And I figured, you know what? I should have a second crit Claymore. Just in case. Also, Blacklift Slasher is like by far the best drip weapon for gumming. Just look. Anyways. Other than that, I think that's... Oh, I got Eshu as well, obviously. I don't think I had the finale at the time. Okay. Are we drama farming today? Like, okay, I don't give a shit. Yeah, I got finale for Skirk. So yeah, I didn't have finale at the time, so I have 2 more swords that I had back then. Which, considering my sword situation, is actually kind of a big deal. Because the only attack weapon I had last year was Lion's Roar. Obviously, doesn't work on everyone. So I have 2 more options, which is cool. Yeah, don't judge the Fav Durin, okay? Don't judge the build. Like, listen, I was doing some Verissa against the I was doing some Verissa and Dire with Durin, and I was trying to get him to enough ER that I wouldn't have to use his E. So, yeah. Anyways, we don't talk about that. It's fine. It's fine, it's fine. 8th crit rate. We don't talk about that either. Shut up. Anyways, other than that, when it comes to gear, I've obviously talked about my Verissa build. I could talk about my codex as a whole. Obviously, this flower is carrying me a little bit. For feathers, I have some pretty good ones, but it's hard to make them work alongside this flower. So the ones I actually use is generally this one, which isn't that good. My sands situation is honestly really bad. Let me just remove this. All right, you look at the leveled sands that I have. I have some good HP sands, I guess. 2-roll attack sands. I have a 6-roll EM sands, but again, right, it has a crit rate. It makes me overcap. 6-roll attack sands with crit damage and EM. 4-roll EM sands. 3-roll attack sands. Yeah, my sands are not the best. Let's just put it that way. Goblet, I'm off piece anyways. Circlet, I got this recently, which is kind of nice. Obviously, no attack. So it's not the best, but it's fine. All in all, my codex is like, it's fine, but it's not amazing. I did a bunch of whimsy rerolling, right? I've already shown you the gear that's on Arlecchino. There's also a couple more that I don't use on Arlecchino specifically, but that I use on Chlorine sometimes, like this one, right? Has a bunch of crit rate. It's a 6-roller, but the crit rolls are high rolls for the most part. So, are they high rolls? No, they're high enough. My crit damage circlet as well here. That's pretty solid, but not amazing. My Maréchaussée is very similar to what it was last year. I think this one is new. But I think this one might be new as well. Yeah. I have a Finale of the Deep Galleries build that I can use on Skirk, but this is not the build she's usually on. Usually she's on this. And no, this one's fine, yeah. My artifacts are pretty good, but they're very heavy on attack percent, so they're not that amazing. Like, they have a lot of rolls, but many of them are just heavy attack percent instead of crit. So there's still, like, room for improvement. I have a Finale of the Deep Galleries build, but I don't use it very often because that set is fucking dog shit. Especially with Skirk in Fearless generally being able to even brute force bosses that aren't made for her, and Skirk in Dire needing incredible optimization to potentially be able to kill bosses. You end up in a situation where you have to use Skirk Burst relatively often, like, in order to take advantage of a short damage window or capitalize on a stall phase that the boss is doing. And when you have to use burst and normal attacks on Skirk, this set is so bad because using burst into normal attacks makes your normal attacks not have the 4-piece bonus for over half of your uptime, basically. And it makes this set just so bad. So I very rarely use it. But I have one available because obviously it's the set that's with the Long Night South domain. So I got a bunch of good pieces. Anyways, looking at the state of my account, and what to do in the future. I've already mentioned earlier, I am planning on getting Inefa. I'm planning on getting Colombina. I don't think getting either of the Nogcry carries is really necessary, because the Nogcry Shill, that's going to be a thing, or that is already a thing, but that's going to get worse. Doesn't really, like, warrant need, like, it doesn't make you really need the Nogcry carries. It just makes you need a Nogcry team. And there are some very good Nogcry teams with Colombina Llama and Colombina Inefa. So I don't feel particularly compelled to go for carries that I don't like too much. Initially, I was planning on going for ZIBAI, but they kept beating a dead horse with the horse jokes in the live stream, and they kind of made me cringe out of wanting to get her. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna get her anymore. I might, but I don't think it's necessary. Other than that, I might end up going for Varka, right? Like I'm keeping that option open. Might go for whoever else they end up releasing, but I don't plan on getting either Flynn's or Nefer on a rerun, unlike a Nefa. Right now, I have 72,000 primos saved up. My primo gem stack was at 100k before Natlin. Took a pretty big hit in Natlin because I liked a lot of the character kit designs. And it went to below 50k. And thankfully, Nogcry kit designs have been a lot more boring. I mean, I say thankfully. I'm not actually thankful. I'm just like my primo gem count is thankful. But I think the kit designs have been a lot less interesting in Nogcry so far. So my primo gems are building back up. I still haven't used my star glitter, right? I have 259 wishes available to buy here. That'll keep stacking until I run out of primos, because I'm not using them until I need to. I am not planning on going for character constellations or signature going forward. I went for Versa C1 because it was like a mix of multiple factors, right? One, I mainly wanted to get Chevaliers and Aeon Sun cons, two good 4-star characters with relevant cons that were on her banner. Two, like, as soon as I played Versa, I knew that I was going to have a lot of fun playing her. So if I was going to get a constellation on any character, Veresa was definitely going to be one of the characters I would rather have it on. 3, her C1 doesn't do that much for her, so it doesn't completely warp the experience, right? It is one of the weaker C1s. 4, her C1 has a pretty noticeable exploration upside of making the Night Soul when you're running take a lot longer to run out. So I knew I would actually get value out of it even outside of combat. And all of those factors together basically made me okay with getting her C1, even if it wasn't what I was actively going for. I would not have kept going until C2 if I got unlucky with Chevaliers and Aeon Sun, though. And I'm not planning on getting cons on Veresa, not getting Sig on Veresa, or on any other characters going forward. Like, I might end up getting another somewhat irrelevant C1 if I really, really want the 4 stars on banner, but that's not in the plans at the very least. But yeah, that's pretty much how the account is right now. I got sidetracked a little, talked about the state of the meta as a whole, because I thought it was a good tangent to have in an account showcase video, that especially if I'm gonna plan on making one of those every year. You can go watch last year's account showcase if you want to see what's changed since then. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Unlike usual, I don't think you've learned a thing or two. So I can't say I hope you learned a thing or two, but I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had a good time. You can look forward to what's coming soon. I don't think this video will end up getting posted before the ZIBAI pre-release. I'm gonna record the ZIBAI pre-release today, so ZIBAI pre-release should be posted before this. So what's coming soon for you guys is probably Inefa Ask Zajef. banner review once we have information on the banners. Not entirely sure if there's anything else. Oh, during post-release that I still haven't recorded. For those of you that saw the community post, I'm feeling a lot better now. I've been hit by the seasonal depression, so it's my motivation is a little bit in the tank, but at the very least, physically, I'm not sick anymore. So there's that. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this one, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye, YouTube. Alright, chat. I'll be right back. Alright, chat. I'm back. Stall? Should we stall now? Oh, will stalling put me out of the vibe for recording? Okay. uh Okay, I see that everyone is voting for ZIBAI. So let's stall. Let's stare. Oh my fucking god, what the hell? That's dude, I'm so smart actually. Fuck. Wait, that doesn't work, obviously. Alright, shut up. That obviously isn't gonna fucking whatever. Let's just okay. It's probably this, right? No. What the? I don't know this word. What? I thought sitar was written with a C. I'm gonna be so honest with you guys. Like, I know what a sitar is. I thought it was written with a C. Well, whatever, I guess. Oh, there's an I. So one of these is gonna be I. Probably, like... Okay, maybe not. I don't know. Okay, whatever. Tapioca pearls. Huh? Dangerous as a winter sidewalk. Like slippery, but like what? Icy, maybe? Social media blank, what we're in now. I don't know. Feeling down. Sad. Nightlife for which Miami is famous. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck Miami is famous for. Other than being the place where where CSI Miami happens. Cause of early aging. Stress? The sun in Sunnyside Up. Yoke. New parents' reason for canceling plans. Huh? 4 out of 4. 1? Maybe is this a math problem? Like it could be like 4 out of 4 in music. But I feel like it's just 1. Symbol next to a tainted record. Okay, I have no idea what this is referring to, but the only word that I know that ends in SK is like asterisk. So I feel like it's that. Vocals. Long-necked birds. That's not flamencos. I don't know. There's too many. Disc golf? Is that with a K or a C? I don't actually know. It's probably C, because this might be club life. Maybe. Maybe not, but it's probably club something. Oops. Yeah, this is Bell, probably. Duty. Baby duty. Vanish. Do better. Okay, maybe it is just I. Maybe this is what the I was. Club. I don't know. Okay, maybe it's not. Is this Herons? Era? Howard? Probably Ron or Rob. Rang, so Ron. Club Bing. Oh, clubbing. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about it. Wait, we're not. I was like, what the fuck is Club Bing? What? Holy shit. I've never heard of Club Bing before. What the fuck? Ooh. That's like 95. 97? 96. I was 1 away on my first guess. That's not bad, actually. That's not bad at all. Okay, what's here? Okay, why is it so blurry? Is this what I think it is? It wasn't. Wait. I guess the wrong Monster Musume? There's 2 of them? What? Yeah, I don't know. Okay. I don't know how I feel. I'm upset, man. Oh. That's my goat, man. Fuck, what was her name? Okay, this actually could be a perfect. Because I know all of these. I think there was an X in her name. It was like Roxy or some shit. Maybe not. Oh, fuck. This was... Was it Tomura, I think? Yeah. No. Yeah? Yeah. I think. Oh. It was... okay. There's no shot this is her last name. Wait, was it this? It might have been... Wait. It could be this. I think I'm sending it. Yeah! Holy shit. This is my first 10k ever. This is actually my first 10k ever. Holy fuck. Chat, are you proud of me? Actually carried by 1 out. Because I feel like there's actually a lot of people that wouldn't have gotten this one. Chat, did you recognize Tokuchi Toa from 1 outs? Yes or no? Did you add Samba the main account video? No, but I'll do that later. You can remind me later. Actually, I'll do that now. No, but I want to see you guys' question. No. There's a lot of people that don't recognize it. Not the name. My ass thought it was Blue Lock because of the outfit. You cannot see this art and think this is Blue Lock. That's actually such a fucking insult. What the hell? No way. Oh my god. Okay, I'll tell the editors now. Recorded account showcase 2026. If you haven't watched 1 outs, you should. 1 outs is one of my favorite anime. I've watched a billion basketball anime or baseball anime. There's no way I'd remember the name. It's not really a baseball anime. Like, it is. And if anything, it's more about baseball than any other baseball anime out there. But it's also not a baseball anime. Because it's not a sports anime. Right? Like, 1 Outs is a character drama / gambling anime about that's like centered around baseball. Most baseball anime is shonen with sports as its medium for storytelling. Right? Yeah, like this is Kaiji but baseball, exactly. That's a good way to think about it. I like 1 Outs more than I like Kaiji though. A lot more, actually. I don't like Kaiji that much. Anyways, watch 1 Outs. It's good. Alright, let's keep going. Is that... fuck, what's his name again? Was it Ozen? No. Forgot his name. No! No way. They have Son of Thors. That's fucking crazy, actually. No way. Oh. Oh, Odin. Odin. It was Odin. Okay. I don't know the other two. Yeah. Could I have guessed this was Persona? Probably not. This is a little different from the usual Persona art. I guess it's just the angle. Like, I see it now that I know that it's Persona, but I don't think... I wouldn't have guessed it. I don't know any of these. Actually, that's not true. Oh, God. Okay. Chat. No. Fuck, what was her name? It was... I don't know. Okay, I don't remember. I remember it was a funny name, though. This is from that really weird fucking isekai. No, it wasn't isekai. But it was, like, isekai adjacent. Is this the maid? No, right? From like the Duke of Death thing? No, I don't think so. I don't know who this is. Latina. Yeah, right. That's... Holy. Well. Could have guessed number 3. I don't even know what this is. What? I'm trying to copy. Why won't you let me copy? Okay. What is this? It's a romance anime? Do I know it? What's the name in English? We never... Okay, no. I don't know this. I could not have guessed number 3. Alright, chat. Help me out. Dog shit old. We gotta guess that when it's dog shit old. Okay. Not as dog shit, older. Action. Put the testament in the bag. Yep. Darker than black. No. More recent than that. GTO. No. Tokyo Ghoul. Is Tokyo Ghoul below 7.3? It's not gore, though, so I don't think it can be a Tokyo Ghoul. I'm pretty sure Tokyo Ghoul is tagged gore. Mirai Nikki. I'm pretty sure Mirai Nikki is also tagged gore. Maybe not, actually. That one I'm not as confident. No, it is, yeah. Early 2010s. The score is in the high 6s or low 7s. Fruit of Grisaia. No. Action, drama, school. It's not visual novel, manga, original, or light novel. What's left? Like, game? Danganronpa? Webcomic? I feel like webcomic sources weren't really, like, a thing in 2014. Were they? Okay, it was not Danganronpa, not even close. Okay. It's 2012. Black Rock Shooter? What the fuck is that? Huh? Source other? What does that mean? What the fuck is other? It's rated 6.7. Oh no. It's from music. Oh. That's my favorite show. Music. Alright. I feel like I've heard this before, but I don't remember where. Ah, right. Listen, it's been a while since I watched Kaguya-sama, man. Yeah, no, I don't know at all. That looks isekai, kinda. Oh, is that, Elena? It might be, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it is. That. Okay. I don't know. Oh my god. Chat, I think this is pre-transition Varessa. What the hell? I have no idea what this is, man. I'm not gonna get this. What even is it? And does anyone know these? Like, sometimes the hard ones, I feel like literally no one knows what it is. No, literally no one knows it. Monster Strike. Wow, you actually did know it. Holy fuck. It's new? What the? That looked old. .04. 3-digit users. What? It finished airing 2 weeks ago. It's an isekai? Oh my god. +1 slop recommendation. You know? Okay, chat. For the first time in, I think, like, 6 months, I actually watched some anime this morning. Instead of reading. And it was dog shit. My god. It was so fucking bad. What was it? It's something that's new. I just went on the website where I watch it, and I just clicked on whatever was new. It's like, it's a like classic hero party slop, like kicked out by the hero party, whatever. I don't know what it's called. I forgot. It's like jack of all trades, party of none, or some shit. Like, the first 10 minutes were kind of like catching my attention. And then they started hinting at a love interest that is 14, and I was like, yeah, you know what? No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm good. No, thank you. I'm good. There's a new shoujo out. I mean, yeah, there tends to be new anime of each genre out at any point in time. But what are you talking about? Each genre? Where's my baseball seasonal? I mean, I'm sure there's one of them that's like still airing. Wait, actually, let's take a look at what's airing right now. I actually have no clue. Huh? Oh, right. That's not airing yet. This is what's coming. Like, yeah, I guess we're right before the start of the season. Oh, there's a new Fate. What the? Fucking hell. Not another one for the fucking AniGuesser, man. Fuck. Okay. So, Freerun Season 2, JJK Season 3. Oh, there's a new Trigun. Should I watch that? Maybe. Wonder if it's gonna be good. Golden Kamuy final season. Is that my cue to watch Golden Kamuy? Maybe it is actually. Uh, None of this looks all that like compelling. I don't know. Anything you guys are looking forward to? So much slop. Yeah, there does seem to be a lot of slop. Because nothing started airing yet, they're not like ordered by like score yet. So the really good stuff, like maybe there's some unpopular good stuff. Oshinoko? Nah, I'm good about that one. Hmm. The daily life of a part-time torturer. That's an interesting number of members, chat. That actually looks like a pretty good setup for a comedy. I might give that an episode or two. What about last season? What was good last season that I should watch? Let me sort by score. Kingdom Season 6? No. Uma Musume. How is it so high? Is it actually that good? There's no way, right? No. Okay, there's enough people saying no that I... Wait, To Your Eternity Season 3? That hasn't finished airing, though, right? Yeah. Maybe I'll watch that. That's a pretty low score compared to the previous seasons, though, right? Yeah, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign at all. Ranma? I don't know, man. How the fuck is this 7.7 actually? Like, what? There's no way. It's good. It's not. Okay, I'm an isekai slop enjoyer. It's not good. Don't delude yourself. Is this good? That actually looks kind of cool. Can you recommend good isekai stuff? No, that's not a thing. No, I mean... Fantasy Knockout is actually good. Bookworm is pretty good. I think Bookworm isn't for everyone, though, because it's very, like, calm. And a lot of people get bored watching shows that are fairly calm like that. Shield Hero? No. Please, please, please don't. Please don't. Shield Hero is like... I'm suspicious of people who like Shield Hero. Because, like, it's not something that's unique to Shield Hero, but, like, sometimes authors have, like, narratives that provide an in-universe explanation for something, but, like, it just feels like the author wants to make a point, and when the point that it feels like the author is trying to make is, like, fucked up, it makes things so uncomfortable to watch. Shield Hero feels like it's pandering to incels, right? Like, it presents this antagonist that's a girl that just claims that the protagonist sexually assaulted her for basically fun. And it's like... like, okay, we get it. You actually hate women. Like... and then the very next fucking plot line is the protagonist buys a slave, but the slave actually likes slavery. So she doesn't want to be unenslaved. That way you get to have the protagonist that that is morally against slavery, but that also conveniently has a slave. Right? It's like you have the character that is presented as morally virtuous, but that benefits from systems that are morally wrong. like house elves in a Harry Potter, I think it's way worse than house elves in Harry Potter. Like house elves against house elves in Harry Potter, the way that they're presented does definitely convey the author's like adherence to the status quo, and it like conveys a perception of the status quo that is definitely very sad. But at the very least, the character isn't fucking supporting the system. It isn't like supporting the system, right? Like, sure, they're not actively reforming it, but Dobby is happy to be free. At the very fucking least. That slave in Shield Hero doesn't want to be free. It's just, like, both convey the same moral stances, or the same, like, moral and ethical stances of the author. But one of them is also actively telling the story of a slave enjoying being a slave, and the other one is just about something else entirely, right? I think one of those is worse. I'm not saying the other one is good, but yeah. Like, Harry Potter is an uncomfortable watch if you think about it. Shield Hero is an uncomfortable watch whether you think about it or not. Anyways. Yeah, I started watching this morning. I had read it, but I don't really remember anything about it. You should check out Gaki Yakuza. I followed the first few episodes, but it didn't really hook me that much. Had I watched anything in 2025? Yeah, okay. It was like middle of this season the last time I watched anime. Did this one really turn out to be that good? Interesting. I might watch it then. I'd watch like a couple episodes. Chat. Maybe I should watch My Dress Up Darling. I've stayed away from it because the fan base of the show is really fucking weird. Right? Because like it's a sort of, I mean, that's just how it is with like underage romance, right? Where like underage romance is fine as long as adults watching the show aren't interested in sexualizing the underage girl, right? But because every fucking person that talks about this show okay, not every person, right? Like I'm obviously exaggerating here, but like because so many anime fans are fucking weird about underage girls, I shouldn't say weird. They're predatory. It makes me like uncomfortable to recall what I've seen people say about this character, which makes me not really want to watch the show. But maybe though I should still watch the show. Every romance is high school. Okay. It is true that like a lot of romance stories in anime are focused on high school, but not every romance show gets as much mainstream traction as My Dress Up Darling did. So it gets like an overwhelming it gets an overrepresentation of yeah. Anyways. If Twitter tries to keep you away from something, that something is better than you think. In what world did you get Twitter trying to keep me from something from that? You do realize that being weirded out by pedophiles isn't like a Twitter thing, right? Like that's just being normal. I'm not like following a hive mind of people saying you shouldn't watch My Dress Up Darling because there are a lot of pedophiles who watch it. Twitter didn't convince me not to watch the show. I'm just weirded out by the fan base. That show is meant to attract gooners, to be honest. Is it? Because, like, if it is, I don't want to watch it. The show itself sexualizes her, does it? The close-ups don't help? Okay. It does. Alright. You got... Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna watch it, then. I'm good. Read the manga. Does the manga do it, too? It's not as bad? Manga does it more? It's worse. Oh. Oh, no. That's not good. Anyways, I don't know, man. A lot of women tend to have less issues with the way Dress Up Darling does its sexualization, since it's Marin in control instead of contrived situations, but it's still there. I see. So it's like the sexualization is presented to the viewer, not to the characters. I feel like that's worse. Like, I feel like it's normal and even healthy for a fucking teenage boy to be horny when he looks at like a teenage girl of the same age as him. Like I don't care if the character is if like one character views another sexually. I think it's the weird part is when it's presented to the audience that way. Don't watch anything with ecchi tag. I mean, I usually don't. I won't necessarily stay away from it if it's good and the characters are adults, but yeah, if it has the ecchi tag and the characters that are getting sexualized are fucking kids, that weirds me out, man. That's weird, dude. Do you watch a lot of romance? I don't watch a lot of things in general nowadays. I read a lot of romance, but it's mostly slop. Like, Rofan slop. How about watching Fragrant Flower? I actually watched like the first few episodes of Fragrant Flower. And then I read a little bit of it. But I ended up dropping it after like 40 chapters or something because it was starting to get a little boring to me. Plans on watching Taco P? Chad's been raving about it. This one? This is peak. Drama, sci-fi, psychological time travel. Okay. Why does it feel like the time travel theme is a spoiler? No, really? Okay, well, whatever, I guess. Has someone told him to watch Grand Blue yet? Yeah. I probably will watch Grand Blue at some point. Also, how is Dr. Stone this well received? I guess it's like the nature of like long-running shonen, right? I watched a couple episodes. I didn't love it. Like, that's generally what tends to happen with long-running shonen, is they filter out people who don't like the show. So later season scores tend to be better just because the people who didn't like the previous season didn't watch this one, so they didn't rank it either. Or like, I see... What season is this? Like season 5 or some shit? Six? Looks like season 6. Right? Season 4, part 2? That's not a thing. Like, the 6th season of a show ranked at 8.5, to me, means the same as, like, the first season ranked at, like, 7.5. Because long-running shows like that, where the seasons are rated separately, just get inflated ratings. Yeah, I've already watched Freerun. Kind of disagree. This part of Doctor Stone was a lot better than season 1. I mean, I'm not saying this is bad. I'm not saying this was worse than season 1. I'm saying high scores in late seasons are just an unreliable metric. Do you read any manhwa? I mostly read manhwa, yeah. Any BL recommendations? I haven't read that much BL. And I'm really bad with remembering names. There's a couple that I liked a lot, though. What is BL? Boys Love. Okay, for some reason, like, urban fantasy, like, hunter/dungeon stories that are BL are just fucking always goated. So, like, if you want to read good BL, just look up BL with the, like... I guess there's no urban fantasy tag on most websites, but, like... sift through BL stories and find the ones that are about, like, hunters and dungeons. They're always good. I think it's a result of, like, Korean stories targeted towards men having such a weird outlook on women that it makes romance feel so forced in those action stories. It's like the narrative purpose of women in hunter stories tends to literally just be a way for the protagonist to show how cool he is. Like, the women are literally, narratively, only there to swoon, basically. And it makes any sort of romance in those stories feel incredibly contrived. And because a lot of those stories do try to tackle romance, it makes them worse. And so, romance, urban fantasy hunter stories that our boys love just tend to be a lot better. But maybe there's some, like, goated recommendations that I just haven't gotten around. I mean, okay. If we count SSS rank Suicide Hunter as a romance story, then that's, like, the exception to that. Like, that's a actually goated urban fantasy dungeon / hunter whatever story. That has straight romance in it. Isn't the romance just one arc? I mean, yeah. But, like, I mean, at the end of the day, right? Like, the arc that arc just recently finished in the manhwa, and I haven't read the novel. But, like, it seems like the romance is gonna be used as, like, is gonna be there in the background. But even then, right? Even if it is just one arc, it's a good arc. I enjoyed it a lot. Do we count greatest estate developer in romance? We... Sure. I guess. But, like... Greatest Estate Developers romance isn't carried by the relationship between Lloyd and the Empress Queen. It's carried by how goated of a character the Queen is. Like, I don't know. I don't know if the romance is in Greatest Estate Developer is like that good. I don't think it is. It's kind of like whatever. Is Greatest Estate Developer a webtoon? Yeah. All right. Lil bro Lil bro has named his Twitch account Kim Dog. Okay. All right, man. I wonder what your favorite manhwa is. I can't. ORV is the biggest BL bait. I mean, yes and no. Like, I get the point you're making, but it's not actually BL bait. You're just starved for good stories. You're just starved for like interesting relationship dynamics between men in stories that don't have gay romance. Do you have a recommendation for a boys love urban fantasy? I mean, I have some that I like vaguely remember, but I don't remember what they're called. Um if anyone in chat knows the names of some of them, I'll be able to recognize the names if I see them. I like The Hunter Wants to Lay Low. Yeah, that's one of the ones I like. It wasn't my favorite one, but that was one of the nice ones. How does your headphone cable face backward? So, my headphone cable, like this is the cable, right? And it's supposed to go down from here, but the wire is like a little finicky, and when it's in the wrong angle, it stops working. So I have it like looping around over the headphone to keep it in the right angle without having to like move it all the time. And I haven't had to move it since. Classic Zajef setup. Yeah, it is a classic Zajef setup. That's true. Okay, maybe if I do an advanced search here, if I do boys love what would they even tag urban fantasy? Would they actually tag it fantasy in my anime list? They might not. I'll do action. And let's just Let's just do this so that I can show the results on stream. Coward. Okay, fine. I just won't show them. I'll look at them by myself. Okay, so the first, like, page is all just Chinese. Okay. It's definitely missing. Maybe it's just not... Maybe it's not tagged action either. Fuck, man. Like, there's one specifically that I remember. Wait, I think it might have had a smut chapter, actually. Fuck. Oh, no. I think there is an urban fantasy tag. Really? I don't think so. Maybe it's just not on my anime list, actually. Like, that's also possible. Because I'm not finding it. Wait, I should probably filter out stuff that's not manhwa, actually. Type manhwa. Okay, I'm not finding it, man. I think it's cooked. I talked about it on stream once. So, like, if literally anyone remembers it, maybe they'll remember the name. What is it about? Bro, I remember it so vaguely. Wait, there's a manhwa called Hooked and Cooked. Wait, that's a very good name. I like that. What the hell? Holy shit. Okay, maybe there is actually an urban fantasy tag, perhaps. Where would it be? In themes, maybe? There is an urban fantasy tag. But it might not be tagged urban fantasy, because sometimes the tags just suck. Oh, I found it! Chat, it's called Traces of the Sun. I like that one a lot. Wait, the synopsis actually makes it sound good, too. We should just read it. I can help you kill your friends. Strange dungeons have started appearing all over the world and wreaking havoc. Ision? I don't know how you're supposed to say these men, by the way, but whatever. A guy with the power to rebuild cities witnesses his friends being turned into the undead. Kion? Also, I'm sorry. A powerful hunter comes to him with an interesting proposition. He has no choice but to accept his offer. I liked that one. Yuri recommendations? Wait, what the fuck? I never realized Yuri was so much less popular than Yaoi. What the hell? Boys love 12,000, girls love 2,000. What the hell? Holy. Okay. Is there anything oh yeah. I Love Amy was good. That was a good one. I don't recognize a lot of these titles actually. Wait, maybe I'll remove the Monhua tag for now. Fuck. I hate that on my anime list. They always fucking use a Japanese name for stuff that's not for Cause like I don't know the Japanese names, man. Like my site is in English, not in Japanese. Why are you not giving me the English name first? Oh well. I don't know. Anyways. They're trying to sabotage the Yuri. Damn. GG. +1 can. Alright, chat. I think it's time. Title was not a lie. Everyone say hi to YouTube. Oh, actually, chat. Before I started, I just thought of a really funny joke, but I don't want to put it in the video, so I should say it before I start. You know how sure, Presley, you can send them. You know how I kind of don't want to get ZIBAI after the live stream anymore? You could say the live stream turned me into a ZIBAI naysayer. Get it? Nay. What is the joke? So the noise that horses make is often conveyed like in words as the word neigh. What the? Yeah, I'll check Russell's calcs. Before. Oh god. Might as well, right? Double checks a couple things. Well, might as well check it with. Actually, wait. I hope I. Do you mind if I show them, or... I should have asked first. Oops. I don't. Okay, bad. Really, 2-piece EM? Yeah, I guess Columbina personal damage here is like meh. Okay, yeah. So this is like the fake team with Harbinger, Goro. Do you have flute anywhere? Just here. Okay. It's 94%, so 6% less. So like 145k-ish, right? That's similar to what I had, I think. This is no Columbina. Okay. Yeah. Is there one of I know C1 need low C6? Because unless Ino's on her banner, I think that's a very likely outcome for people that go deep on the banner. I mean, I guess the comparison will be very similar, right? Like we lose 10%, so we'd probably be at like 115k-ish here. Oh, this is actually a very good point I hadn't thought about before. Harbinger is far enough ahead of Esbitzel that even if you don't have the best uptime on it, it can still be an upgrade. I still don't think you want to do it with Goro, because I think Goro's healing is just too low. But that is something worth mentioning. I'm glad I checked these. Zhongli. What was this one? That was... I assume this is a typo. Yeah, so you have Zhongli with Harbinger at a similar level to Goro with Flute, right? Chiori. Okay. Chiori with Harbinger is not real. That's higher than what I had, I think. Yeah, you have Chiori's damage so much higher than I do. Lunar Crystallize is counted in, but she shouldn't have, like, any ownership on it, should she? I guess she'd have secondary ownership. I see. I had her at tertiary ownership here. Because I was using Dawn Columbina. Hmm. Okay, that kind of makes sense, I guess. That's not ZIBAI. Okay. Take another look at this one. Did you not look at any non-Idlua stuff? No? I see. Well, thank you for sending me your cal so I can cross-reference with what I have. Anyways, let's start properly now. Yeah, no worries, Presto. I appreciate the help anyways. $123K for Rhino C1, Idlua C6. How far behind Columbina is that? You had Columbina at 140... 145-ish with Harbinger, but I guess, or with Flute. But I guess you're the Harbinger is a scam in that team too, right? So it'd be like 30% worse, I guess. Then Columbina. All right. Anyways, everyone say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi to the ZIBAI pre-release analysis. Now, we're getting a new reaction next patch with Lunar Crystallize. The third and supposedly last Lunar reaction. Because if we got another Lunar reaction, I feel like it would work with Columbina. And the fact that Columbina is only enabling the 3 reactions kind of hints to me at Lunar Crystallize being the last Lunar reaction. But anyways, lunar crystallize carry. Because it's lunar crystallize, it means we don't have a proper frame of reference. So lots of new stuff, lots of new things to talk about. Before we get into anything that ZIBAI herself does, let's talk about the new reaction. Lunar crystallize is weird. Currently, in the game, when you trigger crystallize on an enemy, it spawns a crystal. And crystallize has a lot of weird properties as a reaction that are a result of the fact that shields don't stack. Because shields don't stack, there's no purpose to generating crystallize shards incredibly quickly. And so because of that, they decided to give crystallize a global internal cooldown so that you wouldn't, like, generate a crystal, walk towards it, and then the crystal immediately disappears because a new crystal gets generated somewhere else, right? So they gave crystallize a global internal cooldown where you cannot trigger 2 crystallizes back to back in very, very quick succession. What that means is that fast geo application kind of doesn't really do that much. On top of that, crystallize, well, even if it wasn't for the internal cooldown, like I just mentioned, generating multiple crystallized shards doesn't really do anything. The reaction doesn't deal damage, and the shields don't stack. And so we've never really had to think about the speed of your geo application. Characters with better geo application were slightly better shield breakers, and that's kind of it. But this new reaction changes things. Lunar crystallize is what happens when crystallize happens against, or on, when the crystallize happens with Hydro, when you have ZIBAI or Columbina on your team. Or both. And instead of generating a crystal, it generates 3 little turrets. The turrets themselves don't do anything. In order to make the turrets do something, you need to trigger crystallize a certain amount of times. The first time you trigger it, nothing happens. The second time you trigger it, nothing happens. The third time you trigger it, each turret fires. You generate 3 turrets, so it basically means that every 3 geo application, you get 3 instances of damage. 1 per application. So you can pretty safely treat Lunar Crystallize as 1 instance of damage per geo application. Small asterisk is, obviously, if you apply geo an amount of time that isn't a multiple of 3, you'll get a little bit less, right? If you apply geo 8 times, you'll only get 6 instances of damage. And if you have really slow geo application, the turrets might despawn before you trigger it 3 times. Generally, that won't happen with ZIBAI, though, but it's something that's worth mentioning. The way that the damage works for Lunar Crystallize is very similar to Lunar Charged, where it looks at the stats of every character that was involved in the reaction, and it has a specific damage formula. It calculates the damage for each individual character involved, and it takes the full value for the highest number, half of the value for the second highest number, and 1/12 of the value for anything else. So, if based on each individual character's stats, you would get that the Lunar Crystallize does 10,000 damage from ZIBAI, 8,000 damage from Columbina, 5,000 damage from, I don't know, Ilua or something. It would take the full 10,000 plus half of 8,000, so 4,000, and then 1/12 of 5,000. I should have said 6,000, whatever. For what, like 600, so it'd be 14.6. Okay. Wait, is that even true? Am I an idiot? No, it's not true. It's 400 and... Math is hard, man. fuck? Like 14.5k ish. Whatever. You get the point. You get the point. Okay, editors, fix my mistake. True. 14.6k was right. No, 600 is 12%, not 1/12. But it's fine. It doesn't matter. I should honestly fucking log out of Steam actually, because okay. What was I saying? I got distracted. Alright, the reaction. So because it works like Lunar Charge in that way, then generally what you care the most about is having a relatively high value on at least one of your characters, and then having a relative, I guess, somewhat high value on the second one, and then anything past that isn't really meaningful. With the way that Lunar reactions work in general, or that Lunar teams work in general, you tend to very often buff a Lunar carry as much as possible. So most of the time, your carry is going to be your highest ownership, your highest calculated individual value. So they will get the full value from the Lunar damage. And then one of your supports will get half value, so their stats for that reaction will matter. And the rest kind of won't. The amount of damage that Lunar Crystallize does, if I remember correctly, is 1389 base. For comparison, Lunar Charge is 2604 base. So it's around half. But unlike Lunar Charge, it's not gated by time, only by application. And unlike normal Crystallize, Lunar Crystallize does not have a global internal cooldown. You can trigger it as often as you apply your element. In other words, the upper limit of Lunar Crystallize damage isn't fixed the same way that Lunar Charge is. Does that mean it does more damage? Not necessarily. But what it does mean is that the speed of your Hydro and Geo application actually matters in these teams, unlike in Lunar Charge teams. Now, does it matter a lot? Not really. Just like Lunar Charge, Lunar Crystallize is kind of just an extra little cherry on top that does an amount of damage that's significant for the team, but that when compared to the amount of damage your carry's doing is a lot lower. We'll get into more specifics later, but depending on the speed of your Geo application, you'll generally have anywhere between 15 and 25, maybe more like between 10 and 30% of your team's DPS coming from the reaction itself. Enough to actually make a difference, but not so much that you absolutely need to have fast application for your teams to be good. Another differentiation between Lunar Crystallize and Lunar Charge is that Geo cannot be applied as an aura on enemies. Hydro will always be the aura in Lunar Crystallize. That means that your lower limit of the amount of Crystallize triggered is generally going to be, or sorry, your upper limit of Crystallizes triggered is decided by how much Hydro app you have. Even if you have a lot of Geo app, Okay, no, that's not how I want to say this. The way that auras work with Crystallize has never really been that relevant before outside of shield breaking, but because it is now, we can quickly talk about it. Crystallize always works as a reverse reaction. That means that applying 1 unit of Geo onto an element will remove 0.5 units of that element. Because most consistent sources of application apply 1 unit, what that means is that when you apply 1 unit of Hydro with, say, Columbina, that allows for up to 2 lunar crystallizes, or just normal crystallizes, but whatever, right? It allows for up to 2 reactions to be triggered. If you have Geo application that's faster than 2 instances of Geo per application of your Hydro, you will not get more lunar crystallizes. But that doesn't mean that you want a lot of Hydro, because, well, Hydro will stay as your aura, and applying Hydro onto more Hydro doesn't do anything other than refreshing the aura. Anyways, now that we've quickly explained what the new reaction does, let's talk about ZIBAI specifically. So, Geo Sword user, base HP is fairly average. Base attack doesn't matter because she's not an attack scaler, and attack as a stat doesn't do anything for characters that aren't attack scalers. Base defense, 957, which is fairly high. Crit damage ascension, thank goodness. Because we have ways of getting more crit. So the fact that she's crit damage, not crit rate, is pretty important. So, ZIBAI's passives don't really warp her gameplay, so we can open with the talents. Normal attack talents, or talent is just normal. It's not really something you care about. So let's talk about this skill. Heaven and Earth made manifest. Summoning a shadow of her former powers, she switches to the lunar phase shift mode. In this mode, ZIBAI's normal attacks and charge attacks will deal geo damage that cannot be overridden, and can accrue special phase shift radiance through different methods. ZIBAI can consume phase shift radiance to unleash the special elemental skill Spirit Steed's Stride. I talked about this in the first impressions video, but a very, very easy way to understand what's going on here is it's basically just like Kinich, where her Night Soul meter is called something else. Right? She uses her skill, enters a stance where she can use normal attacks. In her case, Geo-infused normal attacks instead of Dendro Pew-Pews. And once her special gauge meter is filled enough, she can use an elemental skill that does damage. Also, just like Kinich, she has a few specified ways of generating the resource for the gauge meter. One, I should open this up on HonDGCat, actually. One, she gains 10 points of this meter every second during skill. 2, she gains 5 points whenever she hits with a normal attack. And 3, when you're in Ascendant Gleam, which you fucking need to be. Don't play this character without Ascendant Gleam. She gains 35 points when you trigger Lunar Crystallize, up to once every 4 seconds. The meter has a limit of, I believe, 100. Yeah, of 100. And in order to use the skill, you need to use up 70. So unlike Kinich, it's not you use the skill when it's full. It's you use the skill at a certain amount, and then it consumes that amount. So you can basically like overflow a little and maintain that for the next one. Anyways. The amount that you get from triggering Lunar Crystallize is 35, but it gets reset whenever you use skill. Like whenever you use the special skill. Which means that generally you'll get it once in between each special skill. In total, she has a limit of special skills that she can use in her skill, right? So, the skill itself has a duration, but it also ends early once you've used 4 of the special skill. Next up, we have her burst. Her burst deals damage. That's pretty much it. Her burst is an instance of damage. It does normal damage and lunar crystallized damage. I didn't say that earlier, but her special skill also does normal and lunar crystallized damage. If she uses her burst during the skill, she extends the duration of the skill by a little bit, which doesn't actually matter because you shouldn't be staying on her for long enough for your skill to run out, even if you burst. You should get to 4 skills before that. Ascension passives don't really warp her gameplay, they just give her a little bit more damage. Ascension 4 passive increases her defense and elemental mastery based on your party composition. It's kind of similar to what you have on like Escoffier and Skirk Skit, but unlike those 2 characters, the amount that you get is a lot less, which means that she isn't like hard forced into teams that only use Geo and Hydro. She can pretty easily get away with using other elements. But she does get a nice little upside for using the same elements. I think this is a much more healthy passive, so I'm pretty happy to see that. And the other passive is when casting the elemental skill or triggering Moondrift Harmony. Moondrift Harmony is which one is that? Fuck. They keep adding new names. I think... Wait, what? Why is it only mentioned there? Am I an idiot? Turret shots? Oh. I see. My bad. Okay, so when you use the skill the first time, or when your Lunar Crystallize does damage, she gains an effect that enhances the damage of her next special skill. This says 60% and it's a fucking lie. I think this is the first time we've ever had this, but this is a character that is buffing themselves by an additive source of damage. And the reason why this is relevant here is because additive sources of damage in lunar reactions do not get increased by your elemental mastery or by lunar reaction damage in general, only by your crit. So this 60% is actually like the equivalent of 15%. It basically does nothing. In any case, last part of her kit that's relevant here is when you're in Ascendant Gleam, if you do the full attack string of 4 normal attacks on ZIBAI, you get an extra source of Lunar Crystallized damage. But the amount of damage that this does is fairly low. before we had the numbers, I was like, oh, this probably means that you're gonna get punished hard for like not running defensive utility that gives you resistance to interruption, because you might get staggered before you get to your 4th normal attack. But honestly, the number on this is pretty low, so it's really not that big of a deal if it doesn't happen. Honestly, the one thing that's a little bit annoying about ZIBAI pre-release theory crafting for me is that I feel like she's the sort of character that might end up with combo optimization, or like very specific timings of things will allow you to get your 4 skills out a little bit more quickly. So throughout the rest of this video, I want you to have in the back of your head that I do think it's possible her combos get a little bit better once more people get to explore how her mechanics work on release, right? Which would make her a little bit better, but I don't think that's a guarantee at all. I think it's a possibility. I just wanted to mention it. Anyways, if you look at the numbers, the overall just normal geo damage when you build her properly is going to be about 15% of her total output. The rest is all the lunar charge stuff. The lunar charge stuff is 239.6% of her defense on the special skill, 50% on the N4, and 300% on the burst. Lunar crystallize direct damage, just like lunar charge, has a special multiplier where it's just that this number is actually a lie and it does more. For lunar charge, it was ×3, so Inefa's 65% was actually worth 195, right? For lunar crystallize, it's ×1.6. Now, she also has, just like every other Nocry like lunar character, a passive that converts your reactions to your lunar reaction, and that gives you 14% base or more damage on that reaction. That's pretty much it for what her kit does. Honestly, ZIBAI is kind of weird. She's got like most of her damage concentrated into those lunar instances, and she's being released without a 5-star like dedicated support, unlike what we've seen in releases recently. Instead, she's getting a 4-star support. So let's quickly talk about Itlua. I don't think I'll end up doing an Itlua pre-release, because honestly, this character is only useful on ZIBAI teams. And I don't really want to get into all the nitty-gritty details of everything he does in this video. But very quick rundown of what he does. He has an additive damage buff for Geo. Right? A lot like Shenhe's Quills. Like Llama's Burst. And that additive damage buff is completely dog shit for normal Geo damage, and very powerful for lunar crystallized damage. It only works on talent damage, not on reaction damage from the turrets, which means that literally the only 2 characters in the game that can use this are ZIBAI and Columbina, and because Columbina won't really be played on field in teams with Itlua, it's pretty much only ZIBAI. Also, I've kind of realized that Itlua's numbers are just not that good. And so there's a lot of situations where other characters are pretty competitive with him, even if they're not as synergistic. Anyways, on top of these quills, Itlua also provides 20 crit value to Geo. It's not Geo characters, it's Geo damage. So characters like Columbina benefit from it on their skill if it's the Lunar Crystallized one. But it's 20 crit value, 50 elemental mastery. And his constellations increase his support capability, right? The C2 gives him a little bit of off-field, which is more geo application for Lunar Crystallized, but also unlocks the ability for him to use the Serenade set if you want to put it on him. Because otherwise he doesn't have any off-field application. C4 buffs your on-fielder by 200 EM. C6 increases the buffs from his passive. Instead of 20 crit value, 50 EM. It's going to be 50 crit value, 80 EM. I think a lot of people will see this and it'll be like, oh no, this is a character that has a very relevant C6. That's kind of cooked, right? I like ZIBAI. I want to be able to play her. Are you telling me there's going to be a massive difference in performance between me if I don't get C6 Itlua and other people who do? And to some extent, kind of, but not really. The reality is that Itlua's numbers are, like I said earlier, not that great. And even C6 Itlua is not really that far ahead of your alternatives. Non-C6 Itlua is generally just worse than your other options. Unless, obviously, you're a relatively new player that is like pulling on ZIBAI as like one of their first banners, right? But in general, Itlua kind of needs to have C6 to really be anything more than a marginal upgrade. I mean, even then, it's still kind of a marginal upgrade over other alternatives. We'll get into what those alternatives are later. Don't you worry about that. But I just want to make that clear because I think a lot of people are going to get baited by Itlua's constellations being good. You need to realize that his base kit is pretty bad, so it's not really like a Farazan situation. It's not really like a Chevreuse situation or an Eonson situation. It's like, if anything, it's more like an Ino situation, right? Where, yeah, the constellations are useful, but you're still not that interested in having the character on your team. In any case, 5% crit rate from Itlua's passive, 10% if you have C6. 30% crit from the Sky set if that's what you're using. All the crit you might get from your substats. We're starting to get a good amount of external crit, which is why we're very happy to see that ZIBAI's Ascension stat is crit damage, not crit rate. Because if it was crit rate, it would really screw you over when it comes to weapon options. Because it's crit damage, you have a little bit more flexibility in your weapon choices, which is kind of nice. So let's talk about those weapon choices. As usual, for the pre-release stuff, we'll look at weapons, artifact stats, artifact sets, artifact stats, and teams. And honestly, weapons are a little weird. So, unlike a character like Ito or Noelle that are like defense scalers, that are actually attack scalers that convert defense to attack, ZIBAI is directly a defense scaler. That means that she actually doesn't care at all about how much attack her weapon has. This means that weapons that provide a lot of useful stats and that have a good passive can be good even if they're a 4-star or even a 3-star weapon. Before we get to that, though, obviously, let's run through your options, right? She has her signature. Signature is low base attack, crit damage substat. The passive is 20% defense and 64 lunar crystallized damage after you use a skill, which is pretty much full uptime on her. So, signature. You can kind of use any, like, defense, EM, or crit stat stick on her. Right? Good examples of that are like going to be like Uraku Misugiri, Peak Patrol, Freedom Sworn, even just like Splendor of Tranquil Waters or Lo-Fi are like all technically usable. Don't use crit rate weapons though, because that's too much crit rate. Like for the 5-star, like Jade Cutter, right? Because if it's a high base attack crit rate weapon, well, base attack doesn't help, so you're not getting that much. And if it's a low base attack, you're going to be overcapping on crit rate. All of these weapons are, like, fine. But there is one thing that prevents them from being all that useful, in my eyes. And it's the existence of this bad boy. That's right. It's time to go back to bat-chesting Harbinger of Dawn. ZIBAI doesn't care much for damage percent. She doesn't completely disregard it. It doesn't do, like, absolutely nothing. But it's not great. So the main thing she cares about is having as much defense as possible and having as much crit as possible. It's nice if your weapon gives you both, but it's fine if it's only one of them, if it's a lot. And oh boy, is Harbinger of Dawn a lot. Harbinger of Dawn says when HP is above 90%, increases crit rate by 28%. Alright, this is 56 crit value, paired with the 46.9 crit damage. This is 102.9 crit value. That's more than a 5-star stat stick gives you. Alright, we have 14.7% more crit value than Uraku gives you. Lose out on 20% defense. They're pretty similar, actually. Because the lower base attack doesn't matter at all for a character whose damage is all defense scaling. What that means is that all of those 5-star stat sticks, they are usable, but they're only really worth using if you're in a team that can't maintain good uptime on Harbinger. Or if you have gear that's incredibly crit rate heavy. I'd say that as a general rule, I would mostly ignore the 5-star stat sticks other than the low base attack, high crit damage ones. And even then, I wouldn't really look at Splendor of Tranquil Waters because the passive is completely useless. So mainly Lo-Fi and Uraku are like okay. Right, like slightly better than Harbinger. But they're not worth pulling for, right? Like, they're very, very marginal upgrades over Harbinger. So obviously we have Harbinger. But obviously the condition for having your HP above 90% can be a problem. Some teams don't run healers that heal very quickly. Some teams don't run shielders. Based on what sort of team you're using, maybe a Harbinger isn't very good for you. Maybe you can't maintain good uptime on it. Now, the thing about Harbinger that's kind of crazy is that even if you have like 3/4 uptime, even like half uptime on the Harbinger passive, it's still pretty much better than your other free-to-play options because it's just that good. So as long as your team allows for it, I would generally use Harbinger over the other free-to-play options. Even if you have skill issue. I would still use Harbinger. But if your team doesn't allow for it, pretty much the only other thing you want to consider is Flute of Espetal. Low base attack, high substat. Gives you 101% defense. 101% defense is a little bit worse than... Well, it's a good amount worse than 102 crit value. Because unlike crit, defense gets meaningfully worse when you have a lot of it already. But it's still okay. As a general rule, right, Sig is going to be her best in slot. It is one of the lowest value signatures, though, because Harbinger is already so good. It's not as big of an increase compared to the free-to-play option as a lot of the recent 5-star weapons have been. So I think that for people that generally consider going for vertical investment, I'd lean more towards Constellations than Sig if you are going to be playing her on a team that allows Harbinger. But it's not a bad weapon. It's still a good one. It's as good on her as like other signatures are on recent characters. It's just that your alternatives are a lot stronger because of how good Harbinger is. Lo-Fi and Uraku are okay. Like if you have them, you should use them over Harbinger because they're like a tiny bit better and they don't give you any problems with crit overcap or with they don't give you any issues with crit overcap or with like healing, like forcing healing, maintaining your HP above 90%. But they are like very marginal upgrades if you're willing to work around the limitations of Harbinger. And then Espetal is if you can't use Harbinger. No healer. Technically, you can also use something like Black Sword, but it's not better than Espetal, so don't bother. Yeah, I mean technically, yeah. Also, this is a 3-star, not a 4-star, but it's still best in slot 4-star or below. So I'll maintain best in slot 4-star. You technically can consider using the like other stat sticks, so like low, like Splendor or Tranquil Waters, for example, if you're in a team that can't use Harbinger and you like have it leveled and benched already. But as a general rule, these are the only 5 weapons I would look at. Or 5 if you really love 5 like I do, but no. Anyways, next up is artifact sets. And there's only one. Put the night sky in the bag. I'm not even going to give you a two-piece alternative recommendation. If you don't have a night sky set, don't play ZIBAI. If you get ZIBAI, farm this set. That's it. Next, we can talk about artifact stats. And in order to talk about artifact stats, we need to talk a little bit about ZIBAI's burst. ZIBAI's burst is an interesting one. When you look at the characters we've had recently, we've had Flynn's that was like focused around his mini burst. We've had Nefer that has a burst that's literally just useful to stall. ZIBAI's burst is kind of somewhere in the middle, right? It's not something that you need to reach ER requirements for, but it's also not something that like should be skipped if like your next rotation is ready. The main use of ZIBAI's burst is, well, it's time spent in between usages of her special skill that does more damage than doing normal attacks. So, as a general rule, her basic gameplay loop is going to involve entering her stance, doing her special skill whenever available, and in between those things, doing normal attacks. But also, in between those things, using the burst instead when it's available. Basically just like Kenichi again. The actual amount of damage that the burst does is a tiny bit more than a special skill, right? The special skill is 240, the burst is 300, yeah, so it's like 25% more. But, well, 25% more is, like, it's still not a massive hit, which is why you don't really care that much about building ER. It's nice if you can burst every rotation, but it's not nice enough to warrant the sort of ER requirements that you would have if you wanted to be able to in most teams, right? Like, it's not worth building an ER sense for it, for example. So her artifact stats are going to be defense, defense, crit. That's pretty much it, honestly. EM is a useful stat, but it's not useful enough to warrant you building it over defense in most cases. And crit is really good. When it comes to substats, which is something I don't actually talk about often enough, I think. I very often forget to talk about substats in the pre-release videos. You're prioritizing crit, obviously. Crit, then defense, then EM, then ER. Defense a little bit more than EM, but not that much more. Obviously, it depends a little bit on what supports you're using. A lot of supports that are good for these teams buff either defense or EM or lunar reaction damage. So if you have a lot of external lunar reaction buffs, then you care a little bit more about defense, and vice versa, right? If you have a lot of defense buffs, you care a little bit more about EM. It is what it is. You forgot Shilon and Signo. I mentioned it, but it's not worth it. You gotta realize, right? This weapon gives less defense than Flute of Espetal does. It's like a side grade. There's a bit of damage percent, but no, don't bother with it. If you have Shilonen Sig, it should be on Shilonen. Anyways, speaking of Shilonen, but editors don't put that one in. Now it's time to talk about her teams. And obviously when it comes to like basic team archetypes, she only has one, right? She's a Lunar Crystallize carry. You're supposed to play her in Lunar Crystallize, right? Just like Flynn's, just like Nefer. They only really have one archetype of team. And you should not be trying to play something else because she is complete dog shit outside of Lunar Crystallize teams. She needs you to actually be triggering Lunar Crystallize to be a good character. She's a little bit better than Flynn's and Nefer are if you don't trigger her reaction, right? So she doesn't get countered as hard by content that like is screws over Lunar stuff, which we haven't really had much of recently, but we'll probably have once Lunar Shill is done, right? Enemies that have innate auras that are not Hydro that interfere with your reactions obviously aren't going to be good for Lunar stuff. But you should always be playing a Lunar Crystallized team, right? And within those Lunar Crystallized teams, you have a few variations. Obviously, you're always going to have ZIBAI herself, and you always need a Hydro slot. Right? So just like in the Flynn's pre-release, I'll separate these in the different slots. So Hydro slot is pseudo-necessary. Hydro slot is necessary. Then you generally have a pseudo-necessary Geo slot, where technically you don't need to be using a second Geo character, but Geo Resonance does a lot, and a lot of the Geo characters have at least a certain amount of synergy with her. So it's almost always worthwhile to bring at least one other Geo character. And then you have a Flex slot. This Flex slot often is a third Geo character or a second Hydro character, but it's not the only options that you have. So let's talk about the options for each of the slots. First, for the Hydro slot, Columbina. Columbina's better than your alternatives. Let's put it that way. One thing I will say is that Columbina doesn't quite do as much for ZIBAI as she does for Lunar Charge or Lunar Bloom. When it comes to Lunar Charge teams, Columbina's personal damage tends to be a little bit higher because the supports that synergize tend to buff her a little bit more. But also, or at least her upper limit for personal damage. But also, you have off-field damage dealers, which I know can't buff with her C6 and C1. When it comes to Lunar Bloom, the passive of Columbina's that allows you to use Llama's Holdy in Nefer teams makes Llama much, much, much more powerful. In the Lunar Crystallized teams, you don't really have a second Lunar off-fielder or a second Lunar damage dealer that's an off-fielder like you do in Flynn's teams, nor do you have a character that heavily benefits from Columbina's Ascension passive, like in Nefer teams. And because of that, the gap between Columbina and alternatives is a little bit smaller. Obviously, this is compared to Ino C6. If you don't have constellations on Ino, the gap gets a little bit bigger. But even C1, I know, is like not that much worse. It is worse, right? And I do think that, like, if you're planning on getting ZIBAI, it's definitely a good idea to get Columbina. But when it comes to teams that only go for one Nodcry character, for lunar teams, ZIBAI's best teams with only one Nodcry 5-star are actually pretty good comparatively. Which is nice if, well, you want Columbina for another lunar character, or if you just don't have enough wishes to get both. So there's also Ino. You need to have Ascendant Gleam, so you need a second Nograi character. If you don't have Columbina, that's generally going to be Ino or Itlua. If you have Itlua, you don't need to use Ino, but the problem is that just like the other lunar teams, the Hydro characters themselves don't tend to do that much. There are other characters or other Hydro characters that you would generally use that you could think about using in the flex slot here. But honestly, one of the main upsides that they have is reducing Columbina's ER requirements. Which means that as alternatives to Columbina instead of additions to Columbina, they tend to just be side grades that I know. They're not that worthwhile. So I would say that generally you should only think about these two. Right? Sure, you can use like Farina, for example, but team building gets a little weird if you do that. Next is the Geo slot. Obviously, we have Eilua. Right? Also, yeah. Columbina, best in slot. I know. Okay. Not ideal. Itlua, C6, is generally ever so slightly ahead of the like next. Okay, Itlua C6 is a bit ahead of the alternatives that you have for your Geo slot, but it's not so far ahead to justify like going out of your way to get it if you get a relatively early ZIBAI. The problem is that your alternatives in the Geo slot are gonna be Geo characters. And, well, we've had like 2 Geo characters released in the past 10 years. And the game's been power crept, so the characters that were released 11 years ago, and 11 is factually accurate, I double checked, aren't really that good. And so the characters that you're gonna think about using are generally pretty much just Shilonen and maybe Zhongli. Here. Shilonen prevents you from playing triple Geo, so it reduces your flexibility in your flex slot. Because with triple Geo, Shilonen's Shred doesn't activate anymore, and she's cooked. Jolie is kind of an interesting one. The turrets generated by Lunar Crystallize are considered constructs, which means that Zhongli's skill resonates with the turrets. The turrets spawn all around the enemy, so you're pretty much guaranteed that all 3 turrets will hitting, even if your pillar itself is a little too far away, as long as your pillar doesn't get broken. because of that, you end up getting a lot more Geo application with Zhongli than pretty much every other Geo character. Zhongli's Pillar Resonance has standard ICD, so with 3 turrets, you're guaranteed at least 1 Geo application per wave, so 1 Geo application every 2 seconds, which obviously is going to make you hit a little bit more damage with your Lunar Crystallize. Another option you can technically consider is Albedo. Albedo himself isn't that amazing here, but Albedo enables a little bit more, or Albedo enables Mona as a flex slot. So there's a couple upsides. That's if the auto target doesn't create pillar on a boss. Zhongli's skill doesn't have auto targeting. It's the way you're facing. You get to decide where it goes. It's one of the few skills in the game that has no auto targeting whatsoever. Anyways, as a general rule, what I would say is that Itlua C6 is best in slot. But if you don't have C6 on Itlua, Shilonen is kind of just better. And then Zhongli and Albedo are okay. But obviously they buff a lot less, so they're not necessarily that great. If Shilonen is C2, she gets a lot better because you get to play her and something else, right? Like, and another Geo character that can be good. But you also have to remember that she doesn't heal, so you can't use Farina with that. It's like, meh. I guess there's also, like, Goro, C6, Chiori, C6. Technically, you can use all of these in, or why did I say Chiori C6? My bad. That's not. She doesn't need to be C6 to be good here. Okay, sorry. All of these Geo characters can be used here, but generally, I tend to, from what I've looked at, I tend to value these characters a little bit more in the flex slot in triple Geo teams that are already running Itlua. Chiori mainly is not quite as good if you're not running Itlua, because part of Itlua's value is a team-wide Geo damage buff, or Geo crit buff. But, there's still, like, okay options. And then on the flex slots, well, obviously we have Zhongli that we've already mentioned. We have Goro, C6. I guess I should also have Goro non-C6. I'll say C0 instead of, like, another column, but, like, it doesn't really matter. If it's not C6, then it's C0, basically. Goro C6, Goro C0, Chiori, Mona. You want C2. Is that the duration one? That's fair, actually. Farina, Inefa, Sucrose. Now, you might think Yahoda could be good here. No. ZIBAI is a character who is gated a lot more by animation time than cooldowns. Which means that a character like Yahoda that has very long animations will extend your rotations too much to be good, even if you have her C6 that gives a bunch of crit. Sure, she can be used as a healing flex slot if you don't have any of the other healers or defensive utility flex slots, which is possible, I suppose. But the team will be a lot worse. And this is where things get a little bit annoying for ZIBAI team building. It's for defensive options. Honestly, if you don't have any of the 5 stars that are good here, your defensive option is going to be Prototype Amber on Columbina. Because your good defensive options are generally Inefa, Zhongli, or Shilonen. All of which are 5 stars, right? On the bright side, a lot of people have at least one of these. Girls C4 technically heals, but the healing is really bad. You can't rely on that as your main form of defensive utility. But yeah. For the flex slot, from what I've looked at, I think that Inefa is the best one. Honestly, though, there's not that big of a difference between Inefa and the other good ones. The main thing about Inefa is that there's kind of very little downside. When you look at the other good slots, they either don't provide you with good defensive utility, or in Zhongli's case, have like situations that can kind of screw them over a little bit, right? If Zhongli's pillar breaks, he gets a decent amount worse. If Zhongli's shield breaks, he also gets a decent amount worse. Inefa is kind of just put her on the team and forget about her. I think a lot of people are going to be a little worried about the reactions with Inefa. Now, this is where the fact that Lunar Crystallize does not have global internal cooldown comes in. I have seen footage that supports this, but this is the sort of thing that very well could be changed in the preload between beta and live. So take this part with a grain of salt. But from what we understand so far, the Electro application does not necessarily interfere with triggering Lunar Crystallize. The way that Lunar Charge works is whenever you have Hydro and Electro on the enemy, your Lunar Charge Cloud will zap, and it will reduce both auras by 0.5. Now, when you apply Geo onto Hydro and Electro at the same time, it will prioritize Electro first. What that means is that if you have more than 0.5 Electro, you will trigger Electro Crystallize, and you won't have any leftover Geo to react with the Hydro, which means you will not get Lunar Crystallize. However, if the Electro Aura is below 0.5 units, which is what happens after the zap from the cloud, it will consume all of the Electro, and whatever leftover Geo you have will also react with the Hydro. Because of this, as long as your Electro application isn't faster than your zaps from the Thundercloud, from what I've seen, from what I understand, you will actually never be ending up with too much Electro on the enemy. Because as soon as you hit with Electro, it zaps, and it goes down by 0.5 to a little bit below 0.5. And then Inefa's next Electro application is 2 seconds later, and 2 seconds later, the cloud can zap again. So as long as your Hydro application isn't completely awful, you'll still be getting your Lunar Crystallizes without too much of a problem. If you only have one other Hydro, if it's only Columbina plus Inefa, you might get a slightly lower total amount of Lunar Crystallize, but because Lunar Crystallize isn't that much of the team DPS anyways, that's not that big of a deal. What's relevant is triggering it consistently, more so than triggering it often. That being said, this is only the case because Inefa's application is exactly every 2 seconds. Characters like Fischl, that have much faster Electro application, will actually interfere with triggering Lunar Crystallize. And from what I've seen, with Fischl, you just don't Lunar Crystallize pretty much at all. Because every time you trigger an Electro reaction, Fischl's Ascension 4 hits the enemy. And that refreshes the full almost 1U Electro. Which makes it really hard to actually consistently trigger Lunar Crystallize. It's possible, but it's unreliable. Maybe I'm a little too pessimistic about that. I haven't actually seen any footage with Fischl, but I'm not very optimistic. Anyways, Inefa doesn't really interfere with your ability to trigger your Lunar reaction, and obviously, Inefa herself allows a second Lunar reaction to deal a bunch of damage. And she's, you know, a defensive utility option, and that with the amount of damage that she's doing with her actual kit and the Lunar Charge extra damage makes her, from what I've seen, pretty competitive with the other good slots, while also having the best quality of life of them. The difference between the best 3 options, which are mainly Goro C6, Zhongli, and Inefa, when it comes to the basic core with Columbina Idlua, is very, very small. Anyways, I would say that Inefa is the best in slot, but because Inefa is also, you know, good in other teams, and because the other options aren't that far behind, I don't think you need to use her here. It's just one of the places where you can use her. Kind of like in the Nefer teams, where she's kind of the best last slot, because she's similar to the other ones, like the other offensive ones, while also having good defensive utility. Anyways, Zhongli is pretty good. Goro C6 is pretty good, but with Goro C6, because his C4 doesn't really heal you for a meaningful amount, if you're doing Columbina Idlua Goro C6, it can be a little bit difficult to make Harbinger work. Goro C0 is bad, don't use it. Chiori is also one of the good options here. She's actually relatively similar to Zhongli, Goro, Inefa, but unlike all 3 of them, she has no defensive utility whatsoever. So, in my eyes, she's a little bit worse than them. Next is Mona. With Mona, she's only good if you're using Albedo. And even if you are using Albedo, Mona has some downsides. Mainly, well, her field time requirements are higher. I don't think Mona's that great of an option. And yeah, this is Mona C4, by the way. Alright, so I guess I should also have Mona C0. I think Mona C4 with Albedo is like a pretty solid option. Your account might not have a great use for Mona somewhere else. And if you have an Albedo lying around because you've been playing for a long time, you pulled for Albedo back in 1.3 or whatever, and he's just been sitting there for a while, and you don't have those other good options, right? Inefa, only whatever. I think this is a completely fine team to use. So, and I don't think it would be worth going for Zhongli or for Inefa for that team, right? Mona C0, though, is, like, not very good, because it's only damage percent. It's not great. Farina, Farina's the funny one. Farina's only good if you're using Shilonen, right? Because you need to have a healer Geo if you want to be able to use Farina. And with Shilonen, you can't have a Geo last slot, because then you wouldn't get Shilonen to get her shred. Damage percent isn't great, but it's not completely worthless for ZIBAI or for Columbina. Which makes it so that Shilonen Farina is honestly not that far behind the Idlua C6 plus good flex slot other options. This is honestly the main reason why I don't look too favorably upon Idlua C6, or Idloa in general, actually, is because like everyone and their mother has Farina lying around on their account. Um, and if you didn't go for Skirk nowadays, there's kind of not a lot of teams where you want to use them, or you want to use her. So the fact that you can make ZIBAI work very well with Shilon and Farina is definitely a reason to like not necessarily care that much about getting Itlua. One thing that can be annoying about Farina is that it forces you to use Shilonen's burst, which makes your rotations longer. It also makes the specific order of your rotations a little bit awkward. In order to have good buff uptime, you kind of need to use your Shilonen burst relatively early, but if you use your Shilonen burst relatively early, you might not have it active anymore during ZIBAI's uptime. And if you don't have it active during ZIBAI's uptime, well, no healing. Can't use Harbinger. Rip Bozo. So there's a lot of like relatively awkward things, but honestly, it's still pretty good. And finally, we also have Sucrose. I mean, technically, there's more than what I'm mentioning here. Like, honestly, her teams aren't particularly rigid in terms of, like, what exactly they're looking for. Mainly because the characters that are very synergistic outside of Columbina, right? The characters that are very synergistic with these Lunar Crystallized teams are not that good. And the characters that are good aren't that synergistic. And so because of that, you honestly have a bit more flexibility than you'd think in terms of like which specific units to use. Right? Like you can probably use your favorite character here if you want, but these are the main ones. Anyway, Sucrose is honestly pretty okay. Bunch of EM is a bunch of EM, even if the VV isn't doing anything, right? So you wouldn't use her on VV in these teams. Sucrose gives a lot of EM. A lot of EM is a lot of EM. Big EM buff. Wow, poggers. I heckin' love Elemental Mastery. It's kind of like how you can use Sucrose in Nefer teams. But obviously, she's not a defensive utility character, so generally, I wouldn't lean towards her over the flex slots that do provide you with defensive utility. Honestly, ZIBAI is a character whose like performance will vary a lot based on what you have. But it's hard to give like clear guidelines on how good she's going to be for your account because there's so many different factors that can work together, right? Like if you don't have Itlua or you get Itlua C0 or whatever, does that mean that your team will be worse? Well, it depends on what else you have. And like we can talk about the best option, which in my opinion is generally Columbina, Itlua, C6, and then one of the three of Inefa, Zhongli, or Goro C6. But the amount behind these teams that you're going to be if you don't have these building blocks is going to depend on which specific blocks you have, and the variance is pretty high. So like for example, the best no Columbina team is like less than 20% behind the best Columbina team. Right? The best no Itlua team is like basically the same as the best Itlua team. There's just so many factors. Honestly, I think a lot of the ZIBAI team building is basically just going to be which unit you're more comfortable using. And in terms of which ones feel better to use, I'm gonna have to do some testing before I have an opinion on that. If I do end up going for her personally, I think that I am likely going to play her in a team with Zhongli. I got a C1 Zhongli by accident in his when Yanfei was released, trying to get a Yanfei copy. So that was that was a thing. But now with Lunar Crystallize, C1 Zhongli is actually not awful because it's double the Geo application, which is pretty funny. But honestly, right now I'm not really leaning towards getting her. In any case, ZIBAI is a little bit different from the other non-cry carries in that she's not reliant on the specific archetype or like the archetype specific support, right? She's not reliant on Itlua the same way that Nefer is reliant on Llama or Flynn's is reliant on Inefa. So your performance is going to depend a lot on like the specific alternatives that you have if you don't have Itlua. She's a character who will perform a lot better than Nefer without Llama, right? So when you're looking at like amount of 5 stars in a team compared to the other non-cry characters, she's definitely comparing favorably. She's better than the other non-cry carries. But it's not necessarily always about the amount of 5 stars. It's not necessarily, like, sometimes about which specific ones you have, right? When characters are released back to back, if you don't have a lot of primos, it's hard to get them. But if you do have a lot of primos, you get to make your decision on team building all at once. You don't have to split that decision over a year, which can make things a little bit more complicated. A lot of nuance to it. Obviously, when it comes to Inefa, I don't think it's worthwhile to use Inefa for this team if you want her somewhere else. But she is pretty good. I mean, I'm kind of looking forward to the testing, honestly. This has been a bit of a shorter pre-release compared to some of the other recent ones, because I feel like there's just less like things to say. There's like just as much, if not more, variance in like the specific units you could be using, the specific combinations, but it's just the differences are so minor that it's kind of hard for me to really talk for too long about it. ZIBAI is looking to be a fairly good character, right? And I say fairly good, like I want to contextualize this. ZIBAI's best teams are going to be similar to Flynn's and Nefer's best teams post Columbina release, right? Like, she is good, right? Her best teams are ahead of Mawika's best teams right now. But keep in mind, you'll only have one Columbina, and which of your non-cry carries gets Columbina obviously means that the other non-cry carries that you have, if you end up getting more than one of them, are not going to be on Mawika's level, right? I think that right now, getting more than one of these carries is kind of not that great of an idea. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad idea in the short term because Lunar Shill can be on more than one enemy at once, but it's also not a great one. If you don't have any non-cry carries yet, I think she's a pretty good one to get. But if you already have some non-cry carries, I think she's incredibly skippable. If you already have Flynn's Nefa, if you already have Nefer Llama, I don't think ZIBAI is meaningful for your account. So, as usual, I hope you enjoyed. I hope you learned a thing or two. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Yeah, we can do cons. My bad, my bad, my bad. My bad, my bad, my bad. So, constellations. I totally didn't forget to do these and then recorded them after I was finished recording the rest. I would never do that. Anyways, C1, after using skill, ZIBAI immediately gains 100 phase shift radiance, so she fills up her bar at the very, very beginning. And your maximum amount of skill uses goes from 4 to 5. So you basically just get +1 skill. And also, the first special skill that you do during in each rotation deals a little bit less than double damage. It's a fairly good C1. ZIBAI is pretty, like, the amount of damage that ZIBAI contributes to her teams depend on the specific team you're using, but there are quite a few teams that have her placed as a hyper carry pretty much, and because of that, she tends to benefit a decent amount from constellations or signature compared to characters that have split damage profile, like Flynn's, for example. Or C1 is like pretty solid overall. C2. During your skill, lunar crystallize damage increase, so for her skill itself, but also for the reaction damage. And also, your dog shit talent that does 60%, but it's not a real 60%, is enhanced to actually do something. C2 is alright. C3, talent levels. Talent levels are always like similar in value. A little bit less when the damage profile is like split in between multiple sources. So this is a little bit lower than average C3, but not that different. C4, while in her skill, her normal attack sequence doesn't reset, so you can dash or get hit without getting punished by losing the N4 Lunar Crystallize. And when you use a special skill, your next N4, right, your next 4th normal attack will hit harder. It will hit 2.5 times harder, specifically. So instead of 50, well, I guess it would be higher than 50 because of the talent level, but it would go to 125, and then at talent level 12, 140 something. It's all right. Like for a C4, I'd say it's like pretty good because C4s tend to be kind of bad, but it's not a great constellation compared to C1 and 2. Then C6, she gains her resource 50% faster. Instead of only consuming 70, you consume all. And for each point above 70 that you've consumed, it deals more damage. I'm going to be honest, I don't know how good this C6 is. I haven't actually seen any footage of how this C6 actually translates to faster gain rate. I haven't seen any footage of how it changes rotation, so I'm sorry. It's not something I can opine on in an enlightened manner today. It's probably pretty good. It's a C6. It is what it is. Most likely when it comes to ZIBAI vertical investment, your like breakpoint will be like C2. Like either C1 R1 or C2 R0. I think it's not that different. I mean, again, it depends on whether you're using Harbinger or not. Then C2 R1. Then I think Columbina cons are better than going to C4. But anyways, don't spend money on this shit game. All right. Editors will put that in somewhere, and we're done. I'm tired. My voice hurts, actually. I want to go take a nap. The editors know. Okay, recorded. ZIBAI re-release. Oh, I'm so tired. Yeah, tomorrow we have to do the event because it's the last day. Let's raid Bran. Sure. All right. Everyone go say hi. Be nice, and I will see you guys tomorrow.